Good morning, my friends. Oh, man. People, I really hope this works out. Now, I do have the Zoom link for TurtleBoy's hearing. I do. I have it pulled up right here. But the thing is there's no guarantee that the court is actually going to sign on to Zoom and be streaming it. So, but I do have the Zoom link and I am signed on, and all we can do is just wait. So as you can see, it says host will admit you when they are ready. So no promises, guys. But either way, what we'll do, we'll drop in on the Karen Reed trial, of course. And we will check updates with Twitter to see what's going on. So we're going to do the best we can to keep you guys updated if they don't sign on to the Zoom. So I'm going to do the best to keep you guys updated as to what's going on with TurtleBoy's hearing. But this is the best I can do. So, well, I mean, listen, people, like the Karen Reed trial, like I want to hear the crash daddies testify and everything, but we all know, we know, like we already know, you know what I'm saying? There's no way Karen Reed is not walking out of there a free woman. There's just no way. I'm assuming, since Karen predicted that Tuesday would be the last day, that would mean that today and tomorrow would be Dr. Rentschler's testimony, direct and cross between today and tomorrow, and then Tuesday or then Wednesday would probably be closing arguments. So we're looking at this week wrapping this thing up. I don't think there's any more witnesses after Arca. Once Arca's done testifying, that's going to be it, I think. Oh wow, look at that's really sweet. See, I really appreciate things like that. You are the first person to tell me that I am loved this morning. Thank you so much. Besides Clubber and Drago showing me, we spent the morning all cuddled. It was really nice. Clubber was actually like laying his head on Drago this morning, and I was like, oh. And I went to go get a picture of it because I don't have any pictures of like Clubber on Drago, because his head is so much bigger. But Drago just loved it. And I tried to get a picture, but they moved. They woke up and moved. So bummer. And yes, free Turtle Boy. What's up, Jay Shock Blast? Good to see you, buddy. I really hope that they log on to the Zoom. Let's keep our attitudes positive, folks. And so in the meantime, I want to thank everybody. I want to take this moment real quick to thank everybody who joined me yesterday. I just had this wild idea. I just kind of wanted to try it out because Kick, streaming on Kick, I could stream the same way on Kick as I do on YouTube. The only difference is on Kick, I can stream copyrighted material and not get dinged or cut off. And we had a lot of fun. Like, we watched this documentary about Troy Duffy, the writer director of the Boondock Saints, the classic cult film, The Boondock Saints. And we watched this documentary called Overnight, which is really good. Really interesting. Gives you a real insight into who this guy is and what he's like. And once you watch that shit, like, once you watch that, you won't look at the Boondock Saints again the same ever. Now, it's not to say that you won't like it anymore, but it definitely hits different once you realize like what that movie could have been. Like, it's crazy, really crazy. So we had a lot of fun watching that, uh, and it was very intimate, because unless it's Karen Reed related, people, it's hard to get people really interested. But um, what I think I'm going to end up doing though, because after that we were having so much fun, and I still had some energy drink left, so I was like, all right, well, since there's no copyright dings, we ended up watching an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm and just cracking up. We just had so much fun. So a big thank you to everybody who joined me last night on Kick, because I think what I'm going to start doing is maybe a regular movie night. I have this idea for what I want to do, like a theme. Um, the problem is that I want to do it for like members, or um either I'll do like members only somehow, but the thing is I don't know how I'm going to do that on Kick. The problem is like I want to do something exclusively for like paid supporters, and give them something special, and something extra, like extra cool content. But the issue with that is like, I don't know how to be able to do that and keep it exclusive just for the paid members. And I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but I've got a really, really good idea for it. Um, which I think in theory is a really good idea, but we'll see. Now it's 9:05 and they still have not logged on to this thing. So I'm going to refresh, and yeah, it's the same thing. So, all right. So the first case up is not TurtleBoy, but the problem with that is, like I said, um, the problem with that is, I mean, they would still be using the Zoom, wouldn't it? Yeah, if court's in session, then they would have logged on. So I wouldn't get our hopes up to be able to stream this today, guys. Um, so I do apologize for that, but I did make no promises. Now, what I'm gonna do is check Twitter, and Just Machado said she would be in there. Okay, so Aiden Carney trial coverage. You can follow all coverage this trial here. Attorney Bradle is here, and he is speaking with two different police officers who are witnesses in this case. I love it. Um, they have called a different case to start. Carney is here in the courtroom along with Bradle. Other cases continue to be called. Thank goodness, man, for Jessica Machado, man. That is so awesome. I'm so glad that she's in that courtroom and covering this, because at least now we have some coverage, folks. So we're gonna stay updated on that. I'm gonna keep checking and refreshing Jess Machado's Twitter. And other cases continue to be called. So it sucks because it's not like a classroom where the kids can just scream out, turn on the Zoom. Like you can't do anything about it. There's nobody to, like, you know what I mean? You can't like complain about it. If they decide to do it, they decide to do it. If they don't do it, then they don't do it. Um, call the court. You think that's gonna do any good? Really? Hold on. Sorry, I'm waiting to get a number back. Stephanie Slaughters, don't be thick in my chat, please. Duck Dynasty, get the fuck out of here. I don't think I've ever watched one episode of that shit. Duck Dynasty, get the fuck out of here. Jessica Machado says she is the only member of the media covering TurtleBoy's case. The only member of the media covering TurtleBoy's case. Which I understand that to a certain degree. I mean, the Karen Reed, the last witness for the Karen Reed case is going to testify today. You know what I mean? Like, I get the priority of mainstream media on that one. Case is being called. All right. So the case is being called, guys. I mean, considering how Karen, like you're asking if the ME is going to testify for Karen. Listen, well, then there's rebuttal also. Rebuttal's supposed to happen too. So, I mean, I maybe closing arguments like Thursday or Friday, maybe Friday, I'm thinking, if not Monday. Um, but yeah, like oh, this is okay. And that's smart. Let's see. All right. So Bradel says that they want a bench trial. Further call. Case will be heard between 11 and 1 p.m. today and then finishing it up on Wednesday. I will be back to cover this at 11 a.m. All right. So we got a couple of hours before this happens. So what we'll do is we'll switch over to the Karen Reed trial. In the meantime, see what happens. All right. So 11 o'clock, they're going to put that off. So Bradel is requesting a bench trial. And I get that. If I'm being totally honest, I absolutely get that. Take their chances with an honest judge. But I mean, it makes me nervous considering all the corruption in Norfolk County. But taking their chance with an honest judge instead of a jury, well, that could be a lot more easily tampered with than Karen Reed's jury. First of all, second of all, you know, Turtle Boy is hated as well as loved. So you might get a couple of Turtle Boy haters up there. And not just Turtle Boy haters, you might get some people up there who just don't simply understand the First Amendment. You might get a whole bunch of liberals up there who think that it's okay to shut everyone up because they don't like what they hear. And Cosgrove's arguments will fall onto ears like that, you know, like to people like us who believe in the First Amendment, believe in free speech. Cosgrove's arguments are ridiculous. But to people who think that that certain words should be suppressed and you're not allowed to say things that hurt people's feelings and shit like that, people who think on that level, this is Massachusetts. You might get too many people who feel that way. So it makes sense to go for a bench.
is now open. You may be seated.
Hi, good morning. So I just saw a transcript that was placed here on maybe reference this morning, and there's a motion to limit Dr. Rentschler that I just got that I'm not prepared for. So that we'll do later today, okay?
To limit Dr. Rentschler, of course.
So the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. I've read everything. Ms. Little, I appreciate you getting your opposition to me. I think I had it by Saturday morning, so I appreciate it. I read all the cases on it. Does the defense want to be heard any further on this? Okay.
With regards to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coons,
Speak into a microphone. Speak into a microphone.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coons, the Commonwealth has been on notice that the defendant intends to present a defense regarding the arm injuries, that this was caused by a dog bite. They have been on notice of that, not just for months, but for years.
For
That was
years.
presented at the first trial. The Commonwealth does not have a right to rebut information that they have been on notice of from the start of the case. So their decision to wait for rebuttal to call these two witnesses is improper, and we're asking the court to exclude their testimony.
Wow.
As it relates to Dr. Welcher, the scope of his testimony, our request is that be limited to very specific information, specifically responding to the new testing that ARCA has done. As the court knows, the Commonwealth has proposed a number of new testing ideas, as well as information that is
Liza's killing
greatly
it.
outside the scope of what ARCA intends to testify to. And so we're asking that the court limit their testimony from engaging in new testing that has nothing to do with what ARCA has testified about at this trial. With regard to Dr. Welcher's testimony, the court has made very, very strong rulings that Dr. Wolf, as well as Dr. Rentschler, are not allowed to speak to the credibility of Dr. Welcher himself. And so some of the information that the Commonwealth proposes is to directly attack the testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. And under the court's rulings, we're asking that the court limit that scope as well.
And I told you I would.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all,
Brennan.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, do you want to be
Like,
heard?
why the attitude, Bev? And I told you I would. Like,
Evidence cannot be rebutted until it is introduced, because the defense has a number of potential ideas of areas of testimony. It does not compel the Commonwealth to try to anticipate or deflect attacks, especially if they're meritless. And so the issue of dogs and dog DNA does not become relevant until the defense calls a so-called dog expert. They raised the issue.
They did.
Grounds for rebuttal. There are three witnesses: Ms. Hartnett, UC Davis, and Dr. Crosby. If Dr. LaPosada is precluded from testifying about dog bites, we would not call Dr. Crosby as a witness. However, regardless of what Dr. LaPosada says, we would ask to call Ms. Hartnett and to call the witness from UC Davis. It is an issue that directly affects the assessment of Dr. Russell, the very expert they chose to call in the case in chief. And so we can now, from my perspective, properly rebut it.
yo, I can hear the armpit lady talking into the fucking thing, bro.
The new information you will see from the testimony or have heard, most of the testimony is new, but we understand it's limited. We don't expect Dr. Welcher to have a direct comment on the credibility of any witnesses, but he will address the tests, how he believes would be the proper procedure, and there'll be a number of issues that have been raised on direct examination, but he will not in any way have a comment on the credibility of the defense experts.
All right. So the case law supports me allowing this motion. I'm allowing the Commonwealth's motion.
Fucking
So the motion for
Lady Grau.
witnesses is allowed. Mr. Brennan has said he will not call Dr. Crosby,
Señora Grajo.
depending on the testimony that comes in. So, all right, Jim, I'm just going to give you this.
Thank you.
Tiene Grajo.
All right, so the motion regarding the
Áñate.
testimony of Dr. Lopesada. So the Commonwealth is moving specifically to exclude, there's a motion to exclude irrelevant photographs. We'll deal with that after the main motion to exclude certain testimony. So if we start on page 7 of the report, that's where you want me to start, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor?
Okay, page 7 of your report. I have some questions. So, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Lopesada cannot opine about the investigation of the case, the law enforcement investigation. She does that throughout her report. So she can't opine to that. But when we get to page 7, what do you say is out, Mr. Brennan? I mean, I've gone through it. I know what I think, but it's the Commonwealth's motion.
I think that her opinion about no object being present to cause a pattern injury is appropriate.
And where are you on page 7, the first paragraph?
Yes.
Twat!
Of the site. It is the,
All right, I might have a different page 7.
No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
So my page 7, okay. Okay, yep.
Top paragraph, Your Honor.
Dr. Lopesada's proposed opinion that photographs and description of the site where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found show no object capable of producing a pattern injury, I think is appropriate. His body was found on flat, grassy ground, probably frozen and covered with a minimal amount of snow. I agree is appropriate. It is the next paragraph where it begins in the middle of the sentence. It is logical to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe injured elsewhere in his body.
Today, Junior?
Fact for that is the proper opinion.
Yeah.
We left the argument.
So I told you that on Friday, Mr. Jackson. Great. Okay, so that's out. And Mr. Jackson, again, the medical examiner erred in her diagnosis of hypothermia. Again, that's the improper critiquing of the expert. She can say that it wasn't hypothermia, obviously. Okay, so same with the first sentence of the next paragraph, the Wisniewski spots were misidentified. Great. All right, so we can probably do this much quicker then. All right. All right, so page 8 is fine. So now we go to page 10. So this is the dog bites. So if you want to pick it up at, what does the Commonwealth say about this?
At this point, there's no basis provided that she has the training expertise, methodology to provide an opinion regarding the dog.
What's the offer of proof on this, Mr. Jackson?
It will be more extensive when I establish the foundation testimony. Basically, she's not only done autopsies involving dog bites, the wound pattern recognition related to the source of those dog bites. She's also taught classes on wound pattern recognition, source of coming up with diagnoses concerning the source of specific pattern wounds. She has a methodology that she uses. Medical school classes, I didn't mention, the course.
What does she teach? Is this in her CV? Because I didn't see it.
Sarah B. Creative, my girl, you mean, not our girl. Okay, my girl.
Right.
And yes, I totally see her.
But she has extensive experience, not only with specifically with autopsies that she's conducted herself, but supervising autopsies of others that deal with pattern recognition, the methodology involved with pattern recognition.
How about dog bites?
Dog bites specifically, 5 autopsies. I believe she will indicate that she's done 5 autopsies as they relate to dog bites.
Erica told us,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Specifically on the issue of wound pattern recognition, which that class includes dog bite recognition.
All right, so we'll need a short voir dire of her on this before she testifies.
Because the court doesn't believe that I can lay the foundation in front of the jury and forego a voir dire. I won't ask any ultimate question until we go to sidebar, but I think we can short circuit that.
Well, she's very specific about the dog bites here. So if she's seen 5 autopsies with dog bites, I'm not inclined to give it to you. Okay? Seen only 5 in her 40 years or whatever.
It's not that she's only seen 5, she's performed 5.
Okay, so that's why we need a voir dire. So we need a very
What?
short voir dire.
She's also been qualified on the issue.
Only
of
5.
dog bite wound,
She's only performed autopsies on 5 dog
Okay.
bite wounds, corpses.
Has
Okay.
that been provided to the Commonwealth in advance of today?
None of it has, so here's the difficulty, whether it's a voir dire.
Bev is so full of shit.
I have absolutely no ability to research and cross-examine her on dog bites. She can say she had 1 case or 50 cases, that she testified in state or federal court, or she took a class. I can't verify it, I can't contradict it. I have no ability to prepare for this witness about her basis, methodology, and experience in dog bites. What I have is her showing a couple pictures that she pulled from her book, and then she has some Google or Shutterstock research in her report. And so the idea that she has a history or basis is going to be uncontested, because there's nothing I can do to contest it, and that's not appropriate. I should be able to research, get transcripts, vet, and be able to approach the witness on whether or not she actually has the reliability and education and experience. I can't do that if we call her and ask her for a jury or a voir dire.
Right, that's where, if we want to compare apples to apples, Dr. Wolf, Azig Wolf, was allowed to specifically testify to the wound pattern, his interpretation of wound pattern recognition back then. That was nowhere in his report. That was objected to by the defense. Mr. Alessi, in the sidebar, strenuously objected, said this is nowhere in the reports. We didn't have any notice of this. And the court said, overruled, he's allowed to testify to the pattern of recognition. At least in his mind, he can cross-examine that line. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth have every single case that Dr. Lomasada has ever dealt with dealing with.
No, we had an expert on dog bites who I allowed to testify as to dog bites based on, we had a whole, as you know, it was Mr. Leslie, I think 3 days with Dr. Russell on the voir dire. This is new to me. I'm going to have a short voir dire on to what she can testify to.
I have no problem with voir dire. I just wanted to short circuit it.
So, all right, so let's go on to page 17.
So ridiculous.
Objection to the third line, Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by a regular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. She is not qualified as a reconstructionist or biomechanical engineer. She's tried in other courts and been rejected. She does not have the experience, the background, or the ability to do that.
What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
No, I believe she does as a.
What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
Qualification, it's the specific job of and the qualification on medical examiner to opine on pattern injuries. If the foundation is laid, especially as it relates to motor vehicle accidents, and now we're not talking about dog bites, which are a more defined subset of her overall experience. Now we're talking about motor vehicle incidents and accidents that she has specifically seen thousands of.
Okay.
Multiple thousands.
So,
If she does have the qualification to say, if the proper foundation is laid, that the wound pattern that I see on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is inconsistent with anything that I've seen in terms of a motor vehicle accident.
let's just find out how many motor vehicle accident autopsies she's done during that voir dire. What I have a question about is tail lights are typically made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. I would keep that out. I'd be inclined to allow in the injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by plastic pieces impacting his arm. But let's hear about that.
What?
Um,
Her horseshit
and
is
also,
obvious. So
the
how is the
last
plastic, the
sentence,
kind of plastic, not
I think
relevant?
it's okay, and we'll see with voir dire.
Like
Neither
she's-
did his skin show any array of irregular unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes, assuming she has experience with autopsies of motor vehicle accidents. But I would keep out the part as would be expected from pieces of shattered tail light. Was there more on that?
I object to that because this is now yet another witness that's coming in under the guise of some type of specialty, but really.
I mean, at least she's keeping
All
out that
right,
it
so
came from a
let's
piece of
see what
tail
she
light.
says on voir dire regarding her experience with accident victims. I think she gets more into the accident reconstruction on the next page that I don't think is proper.
Which I am not seeking to change.
All right, so that whole first paragraph on the next page, you're not seeking to introduce? Yeah.
Well, the ARCA experts are qualified to weigh in on that.
First, we're starting with the first sentence. Yes, we would be seeking to introduce that. Pedestrian injuries produced by contact with motor vehicle include a component tissue crushing force as the car profile protrusions connect. That's basic. I believe that she does have the qualifications to opine about that. That's pretty standard, and that should be admitted.
She has absolutely no experience in accident reconstruction or the injuries. She is not a biomechanical biomedical engineer. They have one, and he's going to testify to it.
Yeah, I have that as out, Mr. Jackson.
The reason that I believe that it's appropriate is because you don't have to be a biomechanical engineer to understand when you see, for instance, a known pedestrian accident, what are the results, especially if you see hundreds or maybe even thousands.
Good point.
That you typically see in the movement patterns, for instance, crushing forces, broken bones, fractured bones, crushed soft tissue, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Bleeding. That's the province of medical exam.
Okay.
That's exactly what they are trained to identify and to opine on.
Right.
Okay, so
I wouldn't get into things like, for instance, what she doesn't have the experience to do is say, when a car is involved in a rollover collision, these are the mechanical forces that are exerted on the body during the rollover, and the G forces that are subject, that the body is subject to in rollover, things of that nature. When a car is impacted head-on by another car, there are a number of G forces that are put on the body itself. Those are biomechanical issues, have nothing to do with her expertise, and I wouldn't be seeking anything like that. But once the body is removed from the car, and then it's on the autopsy table, that's where her expertise begins to fly.
Okay.
She can talk about, and I believe she has the experience and the qualifications to talk about what the body suffers at the hands of a vehicle, pedestrian incident or accident.
okay, so the first two sentences are out. The third sentence, she can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And she can testify, and she cannot say that would have resulted from the impact with the SUV rear profile. She can say Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs. She cannot say from bumper contact, but she can say as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. And she can't testify to anything else in that paragraph.
Jesus, dude.
Is the court ruling that she cannot say anything about the human body contacting a motor vehicle? That sounds like what the court's saying.
No.
I think that's too narrow a ruling.
It is. You can put this in, what I said you could put in, can come in, and the rest cannot. We could,
But that's everything that explains a motor vehicle collision.
Would you expect, I'm just going to make it a hypothetical, would you expect if his legs were contacted by a moving vehicle, would you expect to see a bruise or contusion?
what do you say about that?
I object. One, it's leading.
Well, I'm not asking the question.
Secondly, this is asking to have Dr. Laposada do accident reconstruction. She's not assessing a wound. I'd ask you to consider the case of Cromwell versus Tompkins, appeals court. I think we provided at 105 Mass Ave 1124, 2025 case. And a similar attempt was made to try to use Dr. Laposada as a biomechanical accident reconstructionist. The trial judge did not credit her proffer and found that she failed to meet the requisite criteria to Dr. Lanigan. And so recently it's been found by at least another court that she's not competent to do this because she's a medical examiner, does not allow her endorsing or vouching for the ARPA witnesses. They already have witnesses to do that. And so not only on page 18, going back to page 17, about the pattern injuries don't correspond to injuries to a light, she would only know that if she had the training
Where,
experience.
I'm sorry, where,
You said on page 17, you would allow Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by a regular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. That's not her role as a medical examiner. That is the role of a reconstruction or biomechanical engineer. And she clearly is not competent, at least as cited by the appeals court, to have that type of opinion. And so there's one thing to assess wounds, is another to try to correlate or draw a distinction between the wounds in a car collision. It is essentially giving an opinion to the jury, he didn't get hit by a car. That is the core fundamental theory of the defense. This is simply trying to bootstrap another witness to give that opinion. That's improper.
all right, sure.
Mr. Brennan's going to cite the Tompkins case. He needs to cite the Tompkins case. That dealt with a situation in which the witness was called and she was asked by the lawyers, specifically in that case, the people that called her, the lawyers that called her, to opine about blood stain pattern recognition, blood spatter evidence.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
And what her opinion was about who actually was driving the vehicle. It was a rollover collision.
This guy's always citing cases that have nothing to do with nothing.
She was then asked to opine about blood stain patterns in the driver's seat and whether that was more or less consistent with the blood, the originator of the blood, one particular individual, was he more likely in the driver's seat or the passenger seat at the time of the bleeding, and was it before or after the rollover? Very, very different set of facts. And of course, that is a biomechanical engineer's problem. And the court was correct in saying, I'm not going to credit her testimony on that issue, but that's what she was asked. She opined on it. The court said, I'm not going to credit her testimony.
All right, so
This type of analysis and wound pattern recognition, which is what she's being asked to do.
So let's see with her voir dire this morning.
Okay.
She actually was allowed to testify about blood spatter. It is reconstruction testimony that she was not allowed to testify.
I read the Superior Court judge's decision. I have not read the appeals court rescript, so I need to do that. I'd like to get going, but there are photographs of inside the garage. You intend to put this in through Dr. Lopesada?
No, not through.
Through whom?
Yeah, can I do this? With regard to these photos, well, ultimately, the officer will be shown them, correct? That they'll be introduced to our investigator who took the photos. We intend to call that investigator after Dr. Wolf testifies.
Okay, so they're
And what will
calling.
that investigator say? These are photographs.
They're calling an
We'll
investigator.
testify, to two subject areas. One would be took measurements from the street to the various entrances to 34 Fairview.
Okay.
Testify about what those measurements were. And then where he took several photographs, we have pared them down to, I think, 3 or 4, just of one establishing shot showing the garage from the street, and then a couple of photos showing the side entrance to the garage, the pedestrian entrance to the garage, and also showing the interior of the garage, including a step and a
For what purpose? How are they relevant?
I'm sorry.
How are they relevant?
So the defense is presenting a bogus defense in this case. We are alleging that the police did not do a thorough investigation. They did not really investigate anyone other than Karen Reed.
Right.
The Commonwealth's own evidence, including the testimony of.
Thank you, Liz.
Is consistent with John O'Keefe after what they claim to be the trigger event in Dr. Welch's initial report. John O'Keefe walking in a westerly direction, which would be from Fairview Road to the house, taking approximately 36 steps over a distance of 25.4 meters, which is approximately 84 feet. That is consistent with him entering the house. It's consistent with him entering the garage. The police did not take photos of the garage. They didn't investigate, is there a hard surface in the garage? Is there a ridge-like surface in the garage? And these are photos are introduced on that road mission to say that there was evidence in the house. If the police only went in there, they would have seen that. And that may have sent them in a different direction. So it's relevant for that purpose.
Do you want to weigh in on this?
These are not only relevant and not material, it's misleading. They are not seeking to have measurements from the flagpole to the door. They're trying to seek measurements from the driveway to the door. There is no evidence whatsoever John O'Keefe was ever on, near, or anywhere by the driveway. The evidence is that he was at the flagpole. While the data showed there was a turn westward, it didn't show movement westward. It did not. If there was a measurement from the flagpole to the garage door, that is something that I think would be appropriate. From the driveway, totally irrelevant. There's no evidence, no witness, no substantive evidence in this case that John O'Keefe went in the house, went near the house, was dropped off. They're relying simply on the fact that there were 37 steps.
They don't have to have evidence for that.
Or where. What they want to do to argue this is to show inside the garage and then posit the theory that somehow John O'Keefe was killed in the garage, it was colder than it was in the regular house. That would account for the temperature on the battery. We have no evidence to support that. You can't use Bowden as a panacea. You can't just say Bowden, they should have done what we want them to do. It is what is reasonable. The police went into the house. They spoke to the occupants of the house. There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went into the garage. You might as well take a photograph of anybody else's garage in America and put it up in front of the jury. So this is going to create a mistaken, baseless argument that this evidence somehow shows that Mr. O'Keefe was A, in the garage, and B, he was injured in the garage. That's why they want to show it to Dr. LaPosada. Couldn't some of these angles have caused the injury? Total speculation, no relevance at all, and it is just prone for an opportunity to mislead this jury. This should not come in.
If I may respond in 4 ways. First of all, Mr. Brennan just informed this court that there was no evidence of movement of the phone. I'd like to quote his own witness. At 12:25:30, the device's bearing shifts to a westerly direction, as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside toward the house. So that was false. Secondly, with regard to, we should be measuring from the flagpole, our theory is not that he entered the house from the area of the flagpole. Our theory is that he was placed at that flagpole. And as Mr. Brennan correctly points out, there's no evidence that they introduced as to where he was on the road prior to walking into the house in that westerly direction. Our theory is as good as his. He cannot prove anything to contradict our theory. The third thing is that Brian Nagel and Heather Maxson saw Karen Reed in her vehicle alone. The passenger seat was illuminated and empty. John O'Keefe was nowhere in the area of that vehicle.
Right.
Not in that vehicle. There's only one other place that he could be, and that is in the house. So finally,
Exactly. Get him, David.
the court has continually always done, as the court should, a 403 analysis. The probative value we have established through their own witnesses. They called all these witnesses, and they established the foundation for the admission of these photos. There is no unfair prejudice. I would argue that anytime there's exculpatory evidence or a case that advances the defense theory, that's by definition going to prejudice the Commonwealth's case. This is not unfair prejudice. He is allowed, Mr. Brennan is allowed to cross-examine this witness and to make whatever
Exactly
he wants to make about the likelihood of the garage being involved or not. But he does not and should not get the benefit of the fact that his investigation, the police investigation, didn't do what we just did. And this evidence should be admitted.
The argument is purely rhetorical. There's not one fact he offers. The witnesses that saw the car saw it in front of them. Nobody ever got out. A light on doesn't mean that he wasn't near the car because they didn't see him in the front seat. So there is no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went anywhere
Bro.
on the breezeway, in the door.
See,
It's
now
baseless. They want to take that baseless argument and then bootstrap it to Dr. LaPosada.
that's an eyewitness.
Something in the
What are
garage
you talking about?
That is not Bowden. That is not a due process right. That's not 403.
It's absolutely a due process right. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, so
The only other thing, just to put a cap on this, the location data circles, again, Mr. Brennan's own evidence, he introduced it, puts John O'Keefe in the house.
All right, so I'm going to allow you to do the measurements. These photos will mark for identification. The photos.
John
will not.
O'Keefe was in the motherfucking
So-
house, bro.
All right, Chrissy, can you just mark those, please? All right, let's bring the jury over. We will do, Mr. Jackson, how long will you be with Dr. Wolf?
Probably 20 minutes.
All right, and depending
Yes.
on that. All right, so during
Is
the
he doing
morning
redirect now?
recess, we'll do the voir dire of Dr. Lopesada. All right, let's bring him on over, please.
So during the recess. Wow. So I guess they're bringing the jury in now. So what? All right. So now they're going to voir dire this this medical examiner who is going to testify that these are dog bites, right? Because she worked on, now according to Bev, only five autopsies she's performed with fatal dog bites, right? Or with dog bites on a dead person. And I mean, only five. Really? Like Jay Shockblast posted something on my Twitter. Hopefully I got time to check it out. I'm pulling it up as fast as I can, people. So Jay Shockblast posted this. That dog attack statistics, man, less than 1% of dog attacks result in a death as of 2022. Less than 1% of dog attacks result in death, right? Children ages 1 to 4 are the most likely victims of a fatal dog attack, right? I mean, how old is John O'Keefe? The odds of dying from a dog bite are 1 in okay. I'm going to say this one more time. The odds of dying from a dog bite are 1 in 53,843. Alaska was the state with the most fatal dog attacks per capita, with 11.83 fatal attacks per 10 million people. Per 10 million people. So when you look at that, okay, when you look at that, five dog bites on an autopsy is a lot, dude. It's a lot. When you consider those numbers, that is a lot to happen. I mean, that's just everywhere. That's everywhere in the year of 2022, not in the area in which this person, in the county in which this person worked. So 5 is a lot, Bev. A lot. This woman is quite experienced. So hopefully they discuss this. Hopefully, Karen Reed's defense will ask if she's aware of, just to make sure the jury hears it, or at least Bev hears it, if she's aware of how many, what the statistics for dog bite fatalities are. I mean, dude, less than 1%. While dog bites can result in serious and sometimes disfiguring injuries, most canine attacks are not deadly. In fact, only around 30 to 50 people die due to dog bites annually. 30 to 50 people. And in that one county, she in her career got 5 of them. Now, over her career, not in a year, but I'm saying, considering those numbers, it's a pretty rare thing to see. So 5 in her career is still a lot. I mean, think about that shit. I find that fascinating. I mean, and that's just proof that's just Bev being an asshole. Bev is like, we're gonna have to voir dire her because that's just five is just she only had 5 autopsies with dog bites. What do you mean she only had 5? That's crazy. So fucking wild, man. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Russell only has over 30 years experience as a ER physician. Only 30 years. Okay. All rise.
All persons that
God save the Queen.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Oh, the Queen. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. God save Judge Beverly Cannoni. You corrupt fuck.
Good morning again, council. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate your patience. We were in here trying to streamline things, so we got a lot of work done this morning, so thank you. I do have to ask you those same.
What's up, Kelly
questions.
Reed?
Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain?
Shut
from
up for a
discussing?
second, Bev. Yeah, Aiden's hearing is postponed until 11. So we're gonna go back to that at 11. But the Zoom, I'm logged on to the Zoom and they don't have it going. Like the host never logged on. I had the passcode and everything. I'm logged in, but the host never logged on. So but Jessica Machado's in there and she's tweeting. She's live tweeting, so we're gonna be checking in with her.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
This guy, bro.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, thank you for joining us again this morning. I'd like to draw your attention to a picture. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Come on, man. Just give us a smile. Give us one smile. Let's see those.
Yes.
You were shown this photograph last week
Those cheek cannons. Those cheek
by Mr.
canyons.
Brennan, correct?
Correct.
Do you recognize the photo as the same photo that you were shown last week?
Yes.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be a photo of, just generally?
It appears to be a photo from the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate
Randy.
photograph of the condition of the dummy following that 29 mile an hour crash test?
Randy.
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to enter this as next in order, please.
Cheek
You
canyons.
can hand that to the
Yes.
court order.
Exhibit 218.
In a world,
Permission to present that, Your Honor?
Yes.
in a world where dummies are tested and wolves
Is this the photograph?
rule
Yes.
court. One man, one wolf, one dummy.
Dr. Worth, first of all, what caused the damage? Well, let's start with the most basics. Which arm is this, left or right?
This is the left arm.
What position you called this dummy Rescue Randy, is that right?
Correct,
What
yes.
position generally was Rescue Randy in upon impact during this test?
Just can't not
He
laugh
was
when I hear
oriented such
rescue
that
Randy.
the right side of his body and his right arm would be contacted by the vehicle.
What caused the defects in the and the damage to the sweatshirt as we see it here?
That was due to the interaction from the Rescue Randy sliding on the pavement surface to his position of final rest.
Exactly.
Is that sometimes called road rash?
Yes.
Did you see any road rash in any other place on Rescue Randy?
I feel
In this
bad
photo?
laughing at this, but it's so stupid that they
Doesn't
even had
appear
to
so
do
in this
this.
photograph, no.
Can we highlight the face?
Like, because it's pretty
What about there?
morbid. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I thought you were talking specific to the clothing. Yes, the as I mentioned on Friday, there were signs of road rash to the body of the dummy itself, on the face and on the torso and arms.
Can we zoom in on the sleeve a little bit? Do you see any staining on the sleeve as well as the defects, the holes and the tears?
Yes.
What is that staining from?
Again, just from that sliding contact with the pavement. So it's just likely debris and kind of a film from the pavement surface being deposited onto the material.
With regard to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt that you reviewed photographs of, did you see any other defects other than the right arm and the fact that it was cut off of him medically?
No.
Any other indication or any indication whatsoever of anything that you see consistent with road rash?
No.
Okay, let's go back to the full frame.
Dude, I love how
The
the
second image I'd
trolls
like
were
you to
like
take a look at.
celebrating this. Like,
Never
are
liked
you
it.
guys
The second-
stupid? They're stupid. But yeah, like,
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is the backside of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full on impact test.
Which
the
arm
ass
is
of the dummy.
featured in that photograph?
That would be the right arm.
Move that into evidence as next in order, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
The bum. The booty.
Permission to display.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the right arm of Rescue Randy as he's face down?
Yes.
Is that following the impact?
Yes.
Do you see any? Were you shown this photograph by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination?
Rest in peace,
No, I
Randy.
was not.
Can we highlight the right sleeve just a little bit, please? You see that defect in the sleeve?
Yes.
Do you also see some artifacts above that defect, above and to the left?
Yes.
Can you tell what those are?
Back and to the left.
They appear to be fragments from the back window of the test vehicle when it shattered.
Does there appear to be any additional, let's go back to the full frame. Does there appear to be any additional defects on that particular sleeve?
There appears to be some material transfer, likely from the pavement, and also some road rash.
Does that appear to be transfer from the pavement?
I think that might be a shard of glass from the back window.
What was the condition of the back window after this test?
It was completely shattered.
The defect that we're looking at, that large gash, was that from road rash sliding on the pavement?
Yes.
We can go back to the full frame, please. I'd like to show you an additional photograph.
Poor Randy, man. They just fucked Randy all up. Fucking nailed him with a fucking SUV. Sucks, dude.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
Thank
It
you,
is
Asturian
the
Fish.
front side of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full-on impact test.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy in that sweatshirt after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor, is next in order.
Exhibit 220.
Randy does look like Trooper Paul.
Permission to display.
Yes.
Can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is mainly showing the upper body of the test dummy from the 29 mile an hour impact test, showing the road rash to the front side of the body.
Were you shown this photograph on cross-examination?
No.
What caused the holes in the bodice of the shirt? In other words, the part that covers the chest and the torso.
After the impact, the dummy was projected and sliding on the pavement surface. So again, this is consistent with the front side of the body sliding, making sliding contact with the pavement, creating those abrasions and holes. And again, that asphalt material transfer that you see on the front.
Can you go out back to the full frame, please? Do you see additional road rash? Take a look at his right arm. You see additional road rash on Rescue Randy?
Yes.
On both the fabric and the arm itself?
Correct.
Go back to full frame. And can you see his face as well in this photograph?
Yes.
Are those the chin and nose defects that you saw?
Yes.
Are the defects in the shirt that you see here consistent with the condition of the shirt of John O'Keefe as you saw it in the photographs?
It is inconsistent.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another photo that I'd like to show you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is that? We can take this down.
It is the rest position of the test dummy after the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Were you shown this on Friday?
No.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy just from a different angle after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay. Exhibit 221.
Permission to display that photograph, Your Honor?
Yeah, for real. Rescue Randy looks like he had a few.
Is this an overview of the entire body of Rescue Randy after that impact?
Yes.
Take a look at his torso. Exposed portion of his torso. You see road rash.
Rescue Randy's all
on his
fucked up.
Exposed torso.
Yes.
You also see that the road rash that you earlier described on the bodice of the shirt, the front of the shirt.
Yes.
And what about, let's go back to the full frame. Is there also road rash on his jeans?
Yes.
We could go back to full frame. Have you ever heard a phrase, knocked out of your shoes?
Yes.
Where are the dummy shoes?
Bruh.
Yes, on
Bro.
his feet.
And this is at an impact of 29 miles per hour, correct?
Woo!
What's the form of the question?
Sure.
Jackson?
What was tell us one more time, what was the speed of this impact?
This was a full on 29 mile per hour impact.
Full on.
We can take that down.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in it.
Yes.
What is that?
It is the back of the test Lexus after the 29-mile-per-hour impact test.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of that Lexus following that 29-mile-an-hour impact?
Yes, and I should be more specific. It's post the 29-mile-per-hour impact with the test dummy, not just the arm.
Understood. Thank you. The collision that caused the damage to Rescue Randy that we've just been looking at.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 222.
Permission to display that?
Yes.
Is this the rear of the photograph that we were just talking about?
Yes,
And this is the condition of the vehicle after that rearward impact with Rescue Randy, correct?
correct.
Did the subject vehicle photographs that you looked at, were those consistent or inconsistent with this photograph?
Those photographs were inconsistent compared to the test.
Was there anything consistent about the shirt that you were shown on Friday, the left sleeve that you were shown on Friday with John O'Keefe's actual sweatshirt?
Was any of that consistent with?
Correct. Was that consistent or inconsistent, now that you've seen all the photographs, with the condition of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th?
The test clothing was inconsistent compared to that of Mr. John O'Keefe's.
Thank you.
In fucking consistent, bro.
You were asked on cross-examination several times about the weight of the Hybrid 3 arm. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes,
You were asked how much lighter the Hybrid 3 arm was than the static estimate arm, correct?
correct.
I want to make sure we're clear about this. The Hybrid 3 arm is the physical arm that you attached to the ATD and did testing with, correct?
Correct.
The statistical estimate arm is something in the ether, right? It doesn't exist.
Sustained.
How would you describe a statistical estimate arm?
It's probably from taking a sample of the population and getting an average and a high and a low.
Okay. Is that a physical arm? You touch and feel?
No,
My man was like,
Do you have any
no.
information based on everything that you've reviewed at all about the actual weight of John O'Keefe's right arm?
nothing in terms of a weighed measurement of the arm. No.
What was the percentage that Mr. Brennan gave you in terms of how much lighter the Hybrid 3 arm was than the statistical estimate arm that he gave you?
Thank you, math.
From what I recall, I think the percentage was 26%.
Did you calculate that yourself, or did you take Mr. Brennan's word for it?
I believe I took his word for it.
Do you recall what the weight of the Hybrid 3 arm was exactly?
9.38 pounds.
What is the difference, if you can calculate, what is the difference between what was the statistical estimate arm, the number that Mr. Brennan gave you?
I think I heard him say 11.8, but I also think he said at one point 11.6. So I'm not sure of the kind of the final number he landed on.
Does
Sustained. Ask the question. Stop striking the end.
does 11.86 sound right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's use 11.86. Do you have a calculator with you?
I do.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf use a calculator if he needs to?
The fuck is this,
What's the
AJ?
difference between 11.86 and 9.38? Just in raw numbers.
You're looking at just the difference between those two?
Subtract
Okay.
9.38.
Yep. 2.48.
Is there does that mean there's a 2.48 pound differential between the statistical estimate arm, the heavier arm, and the 9.38 arm that from the hybrid 3?
Yes, that's the difference in pounds.
All right. How would you calculate how much lighter? What's the proper way to calculate how much lighter in terms of percentage the 9.38 arm is?
You would want to do a percent difference calculation.
Divide
Jesus
2.48
fucking Christ.
by 11.86.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Jackson.
How would you tell the jurors how you would calculate that percentage difference?
You would subtract the 11.86 minus the 9.38, and then you would divide by the sum of those two and divide by 2, the average of them.
Can you do that calculation?
Yes. Okay.
And what's the number?
23%.
Not 26%? Is 23% smaller or not or larger than 26%?
I love that everybody when everybody was talking about this when I did the recap. But it was like the math is wrong. And Alan's going over the math.
What is the number that you get if you were to divide 2.48 by 11.86?
.21.
In percentages.
21%.
Was the hybrid 3 arm 21% lighter by that calculation than the 11.86 estimate arm?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Brennan asked you several questions related to kinetic energy formula, correct?
Correct.
Did you reference
Kinetic.
Did you reference that formula in some of your answers?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Kinetic energy, bro. Kinetic energy, bro. What?
Explosion.
Whoa!
Boy, cunt.
I didn't mean that towards Peggy. The timing was just bad. It was coincidental. Just disclaimer. I mean, y'all can do what you want. I'm saying that was just coincidental timing. I had no idea that the camera would be on her. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, exactly, bro. That's an excellent question, Jess. That's an excellent question, Jess. Everybody would rather watch stuck-up ass lawyers talking about this shit when all you need is somebody, not just an alumni, but the founder of the Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Okay? And in the description, there is a link to your official Glare Institute of Law and stuff alumni gear. Okay? It's a thing. It's a thing. You understand? Bro, look at my girl over there, dude. She's over here just looking all mean. It's okay, darling. Smile, baby.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You're looking at something that's been identified, a document that's been identified as 3 X's, XXX. Do you recognize that?
Oh, shit. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. JFK.
You see it now.
Yes,
Do you recognize what that is?
it is the formula for kinetic energy.
With that, Your Honor, may we display the formula? We don't have to cut the lights. I think it'll be very obvious.
Yes.
I feel like AJ's afraid of the dark.
Can we bring the lights back up and see if that's visible?
Stop cutting off
Can
the
you still
lights.
see that, Dr. Wolf?
Yes,
Your Honor, is that okay?
Yes.
Great. You said this is the formula for kinetic energy, correct?
correct.
Well,
You were asked
duh.
a series of questions about whether the weight differential in the hybrid 3-arm would make a significant or material difference in your testing as it pertains to the velocity of the vehicle that you were testing. Remember those questions?
So watch the phone again. Ask a different question.
Just foundationally, were you asked about weight differential of the hybrid 3-arm?
Yes,
Were you also asked about whether it would make a material difference to the testing if you didn't adjust for the velocity?
Sustained.
What were you asked in terms of, what was the question that was posed to you about the weight of the hybrid 3-arm versus the velocity of the testing?
that there would somehow be an influence on, I think, wanting to make a reduction to the velocity of the vehicle.
Does that make mathematical sense to you?
Sustained is to that point.
Math is so gay.
Have a material difference? With the weight
It
of the
sucks
arm, that's
dick and
148 pounds.
identifies as a
Does that
male.
have a material difference in the testing that you undertook?
No.
Why is that?
Well, to start, that's one of the reasons why we went above and beyond the 24 miles per hour to impart significantly more kinetic energy to the arm. So if you look at that equation, it's a quadratic equation because you're squaring the velocity. So if you double the velocity, you quadruple the amount of kinetic energy. So you get a significant increase in small changes in speed because of that speed differential.
Did you do a test with just the hybrid arm contacting the taillight at 24 miles per hour?
Yes.
Did you also do a test with that hybrid 3-arm contacting the vehicle at 29 miles per hour?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about those two tests. Okay? Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at? I want to start with going from left to right. What does the E sub K mean in that formula?
So that stands for kinetic energy, which is the amount of energy that an object has when it's in motion and has a velocity to it.
What is the 1/2 on the other side of the equal sign?
Just a constant.
And what does the M, as in Mary, stand for?
So that would be the mass, in this case, the mass of the arm.
And what's the V, as in Victor?
That would be the velocity of the arm as it's accelerated.
Why is there an exponent at the top of the V?
Because you're squaring that. So you're basically multiplying the velocity times itself. So it'd be velocity times velocity.
Is this a formula that's traditionally used in accident reconstruction?
Yes, it's very common.
Yo, that was Chinese to me until he
Is it
just
sort of
explained
one
it.
of the foundational.
Like, that made
formulas?
perfect sense, actually.
When did you learn this formula?
Probably back in high school physics.
I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind
No math
to
classes at
walk
the
the
Glare
viewers
Institute
through
lawn stuff, by
a
the way.
calculation dealing with the 24-mile-an-hour test using the 11.86 pound statistical arm as an assumption of the weight of the arm.
Okay.
You
Your Honor,
understand?
may I have a pen and paper to write?
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have a pad here too, if whatever's easiest.
Your Honor, may I have a pen so I could stab myself in the eye? Because this sucks. I'm over it.
If you assume the mass of 11.86, that's the statistical arm weight, and you assume the V for velocity is 24 in miles per hour. I don't care about the units, doctor. Just assume 11.86 and 24. Can you calculate this quadratic equation?
Yes.
What do you get? I want to do it step by step. What's the result of squaring 24?
So again, you're not concerned about the units.
I do not want to talk about units.
Just okay.
If you mention the word joules, my head will
I
explode.
didn't know if you wanted Newton meters, foot pounds. Okay.
Stop it.
So
Just,
just 24 squared
correct.
is 576.
That was the fucking best.
Do you always, in this calculation, do you always use the exponent first? Do you always do the square first?
Sustain.
What's the first thing that you do in solving for this equation?
The man said, stop it.
You would want to square the velocity, but it's ultimately all going to be multiplied. But yes, you would square the velocity, multiply by itself.
What's the next step after you get 576?
Again, assuming we're not concerned about units, you would multiply by the 11.86.
Can't listen
Can
to
you
him
do that
say
for me
units
and tell me the
anymore
answer?
without laughing. He's got the whole. Everybody wants to laugh now when he says units.
How many decimal places do you want nearest whole number?
2.
Okay. 6,831.36.
This is such
What's
a
the next
farce.
step once you get that number?
What a farce this
You
is.
would multiply by 1/2 or 0.5.
Can you do that for us, please?
It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
That'd be
I've never seen any shit like this. in my life.
3,415.68.
What does that represent
Say
in
joules.
terms of the energy into the taillight? I realize that we're not dealing with the proper units, but does that represent anything as it relates to the energy that's imparted on the taillight?
That would be the energy to the arm
Okay,
that's being transferred.
understood. 3,415.68, is that right?
Correct.
And that was at what mile per hour?
24.
Let's move to a different equation.
Okay.
Now I'd like you to presume different numbers.
I don't know what the question is.
What's funny about that is the jury probably
Can you
loved that.
calculate,
The
do the
jury
same
probably
calculation
loved
using
that
the
shit.
9.38 pound arm that you actually used in your testing for the mass?
Yes.
And can you use the velocity of the actual test you did of 29 miles per hour?
Okay. And same thing, not worried about units.
Correct.
Okay.
What's the first thing you do in solving that equation?
Oh my
So if you square the 29 miles per hour,
I'm so
you'll get
glad I'm not in that courtroom
841.
today. Oh my
What's the
God.
next thing you do?
You multiply by 9.38,
What's the number?
7,888.58.
And what's the next thing you do in the equation?
You multiply by 1/2 or 0.5,
And what's that final number?
3,944.29.
That would be the number or the amount of energy imparted on the arm at 29. Is that right? 29 miles per hour?
So ask it differently.
Sure. What is that 3,944.29 number? What does that mean in terms of the kinetic energy?
That would be the kinetic energy that the arm has if it were moving at 29 miles per hour and weighed 9.38 pounds.
One final calculation. What is the percentage difference between 39 4429. And the other test that we just did, or the other calculation, 341568.
Today, Junior?
So in terms of a percent difference, again, when you're subtracting the two and then dividing by the sum divided by 2, so that's basically the average of the sum, it is 14% difference.
Which of the two tests, the two energy equations that you just did, which represents the higher kinetic energy imparted to the arm? The 24-mile-an-hour test, that's the hypothetical, or the actual test at 29 miles an hour? Which one?
The 29 mile per hour speed with the arm weight of 9.38.
What does that mean, Dr. Wolf, in terms of the testing that you did with the lighter arm, 9.38 pound arm, at the 29 mile an hour test, as it compares to the hypothetical 24 mile an hour test?
It would be more force and more energy in the 29 mile per hour impact test.
You needed to do all that math to come to that conclusion? Really?
Sustains.
Yeah, bro. If the
And what
car's
was
going
your
faster, bro, like
opinion
it's going to be
in
more force.
conclusion as it pertained to the subject taillight using the 29 mile an hour test? What was your opinion and conclusion as it pertains to the subject taillight? Was that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw on the 29 mile an hour test?
It was inconsistent.
Ha. Fucking-sistent.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
So Brennan tried to confuse the jury with bullshit math. And then AJ was like, you want to do math? All right, let's do some math. I'll spend my whole redirect doing math, bro. Just to prove this guy's full of shit.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, did you have a chance to speak to anybody from the defense this weekend
Not over the weekend, no.
after you left here Friday?
On Friday, I let them know that I was returning back home, and then I let them know last night that I had arrived, yes.
Did you receive any new information or have any conversation before you came in today?
No.
Wow, dude. Wow, dude.
Now, when we asked you about weight last week, you did not go into any calculations about the difference between the standard arm, 11.86, and the 9.38, did you?
I don't believe we did, no.
In fact, when you testified last week, at the end of the day, you were asked questions by Attorney Jackson about the weight of that arm, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the weight of the arm, Attorney Jackson asked you if you were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, about 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether you were aware whether anybody had measured the weight of John O'Keefe's right arm. And you responded, I'm not aware of that, no. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And then you were asked, when you asked questions about whether or not his arm was 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever just weighing just his arm? And you said no.
Correct.
And finally, you were asked, what is that based on, 11.8? Where did that come from? Remember what you said?
Yes.
I don't know. Remember you answered Attorney Jackson and you said, I don't know where that came from.
Right, referring to, I don't know what source you pulled that 11.8 from.
And so you were suggesting that that is just a number pulled out of thin air, right?
What?
Was that a surprising?
He wasn't suggesting
estimate,
anything. He's just saying I
11.8
don't
to you?
fucking know where it came from.
I don't know that it was surprising. I don't know what your source is for it.
Right.
Well, when you engage in accident reconstruction, you never just take somebody's limb and sever it and throw it on a scale, do you?
What?
I'm not usually doing that part of the analysis. No.
So when you're relying on body weight and different parts of the body, there is strong statistical studies that give you a guide, isn't there?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Well, the number's just on the thin air. If you're doing a study and you have to figure out damage to an arm or a foot or a leg, and you have to come to an estimated value or weight, you have to get that information from somewhere, don't you?
I would agree. Yes.
So you just make it up out of thin air. You have to find a resource, a reliable, vetted resource. True.
I would agree.
And that's what you do.
In some instances, yes.
Well, in this case, you chose an arm that was 9.38 pounds. Where did you get the support that the 216-pound, 6'1" man would have an arm that weighs 9.38 pounds? Where did you get that from?
Well, it's conservative from the standpoint, if you think about one of the equations we talked about last week, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So if we take the acceleration
Newton,
data from
bro.
our test and we multiply it by a lighter mass, the 9.38 pounds, it's less force to the arm. So now if you want to increase the mass of the arm, you're now talking about a greater net force to the arm. So it's conservative from a force perspective.
Right.
Put aside your.
It's so simple.
My specific question is.
So it's sustained. Ask the question differently.
I'll ask you again, Doctor. Tell us where you got the 9.38 pound value from when considering a 6'1", 216-pound man. Where did you get that from so you could be statistically accurate?
It is the mass of the hybrid 3-arm. We saw the photograph that depicted the weight. Again, how you account for that when you're doing the force calculations is you would utilize the acceleration data that we measured, and then you would apply a different mass, in this case, a heavier arm. And I will note, it's the same thing that Dr. Welcher did in his
look
drop
at
test
Brendan.
with the hybrid
Look at
3-arm,
him.
head. He ultimately measured the acceleration of the head. Then to calculate the force,
He's not even
adjusted the
listening.
mass of according to Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of his head.
So for the third time, I'm going to ask you just a very simple.
Wow.
Dumb it down for me if you can, okay, Doctor? Where did you get the source to legitimize using a 9.38 pound arm?
That's
for a
the
person
size of the
6'1",
fucking.
216 pounds. Where did your source to say that arm is validated for use for that size man? Where is that?
Again, it's the weight of the ATD arm that is what the
That's the
50th
weight of the
percentile
arm,
weighs.
bro.
As I mentioned, in our field, it's accepted to utilize the acceleration data, and then you adjust the force based upon an increase in mass.
Because that's how much the arm weighs, dude.
Yes.
Mr.
Dumb
O'Keefe's body
fuck.
weight and size does not put him in the 50th percentile like the 9.38 arm. He's closer to the 95 percentile, isn't
Oh
that fair to
my
say?
God.
Correct.
And there is, in fact, the 95 percentile crash test dummy, isn't there?
There is, yes.
You chose the 50 percentile, which is shorter, yes?
Correct.
Weighs less, yes?
Correct.
And the arm weighs less. True?
Correct.
The truth is, you have absolutely no study, no paper, no article that supports using a 9.38 arm for a 216-pound man who's 6'1". You have not one reference or study you can offer us right now, do you?
I don't agree with that because, again, if you look how Dr. Welcher did it, he used the 50th percentile in his drop test with the head, and to calculate the force, he adjusted for Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of the head. Same thing is done in this instance with the lighter
With
arm.
the
We
arm,
adjust for that in
right.
the calculations.
So you have one paper,
Nice.
one study. I know the answer to this.
He's like,
Yeah,
your boy
you have
did it
one
with the
paper
fucking head. Why can't we
One
do it with the
study.
arm?
to support that it is appropriate to use the 50 percentile 9.38 arm for a person who is 6'1", 216 pounds. I won't ask you again,
Thank you,
but if you
Vision
can
Kid.
answer this once for me. Do you have one paper, one study?
So I'll take out the commentary. Can you answer that?
Take out the commentary, you douche.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You have one paper. Give me a name, an author, one paper, one study that supports using a 9.38 arm, 50th percentile, when you're doing a crash test for somebody who's in the 95th percentile who weighs 216 pounds and is 6'1". One paper, sir.
I don't have a paper because Dr. Rentschler is addressing the forces and the injuries to the arm.
You talked about, however, would you come up with the number 11.8? Like it was something that is curious or foreign to you, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you confused how the number 11.8 would come up?
Wow, bro.
I'm gonna allow.
Spanky's
I'm not
panicking,
confused.
dude.
I don't know your source for it.
When you do studies, would you agree that the head has a similar weight to the arm and that the weight of an arm would be about 5.48% of a person's body weight?
I'm sure that there's various studies out there that talk about that. Could be one particular study.
Well, let's talk about one study. What do you think? You're the engineer, you're the expert. When you're weighing an arm by percent, what is the percent of the arm of the total body weight?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head. No,
I'm sorry?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head.
Well, if you don't know the percent of body weight of the arm compared to the whole body, how would you ever come up with a number for the arm?
Well, from the work that I've done with Dr. Rentschler in this case, dating back to last year, it's my understanding that his calculation for the arm was approximately 11 pounds.
So you're relying on somebody else's study? You're doing an independent assessment of the evidence and you're relying on other people's math? Is that what you're telling us?
Dude.
I don't agree with that because, as I've mentioned numerous times, Dr. Rentschler and I worked as a team on this case. You can't separate the reconstruction part from the biomechanical part. It's an integral part that works together on it.
Would you agree that the arm is about statistically vetted, that it's 5.48% of the total body weight? Would you agree with that?
It sounds about right, but again, I
Okay.
don't have the percentage off
So
the
if
top
you
of my head.
take 5.48% of a 171-pound man, which is the crash test dummy you were using, the 50 percentile, what do you get?
You said 5.48%?
Yeah,
Just over 9 pounds,
okay. Close to 9.38?
9.37.
Okay, now when you have 216 pounds, 5.48%,
11.8.
11.8. Sound about right, doctor?
By that calculation, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you had some confusion where I'd get that number from, this 11.8. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're a little cunt.
And when I threw out that number, is that the first time you heard of that number?
The 11.8?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or 11, is that the first time you heard of it from anybody, 11 pounds? Is that a new number to you?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you're saying that when Attorney Jackson asked you, where did Brennan get those numbers from? You said, I don't know. Remember that on
Correct.
Friday?
Why is he taking that so
You know
personally?
where I got
Like
the
he's
number
making this
11
about
pounds
him.
11.8
Yeah.
or 11?
11.
As I just mentioned, last year, I believe I testified in a previous proceeding that it was about 11 pounds.
Yes. Your testimony, 11 pounds. Your prior testimony, right?
Yes,
You testified before under oath in this case, didn't you?
correct.
And when you testified under oath, and you were giving a general estimate about the pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, based on your experience and your training, you said it was around 11 pounds. Those are your words, right?
Correct, yes.
Under oath,
Yes.
right? You can't delete something that's under oath, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And so when you feigned confusion on Friday about this 11 pounds,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
so when you answered questions last Friday about wherever this 11.8 pounds came from, you weren't so confused about that because you've used 11 pounds before yourself, haven't you?
Yes, but again, I don't know where you got that 11.8 from. So,
Well, we just
But-
did the
right.
math, didn't we?
yes,
Okay. And you used the calculator to help you, didn't you?
I did.
The
Yes.
calculator works.
Yes.
Wow,
Okay.
dude.
You
This
said
motherfucker,
you wouldn't
dude.
calculate the difference, but you did. And so what you just went through this exercise is you divided that difference, that 2.48 pound difference, right?
Correct.
And then you divided it by 11.86. Divide 2.48 by from the 9.38.
Okay.
What percentage do you get?
26.
Would you agree with the statement about whether the arm and body weight, comparing the weight of the head to the arm, would you agree that the head and arm are actually almost identical because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight? So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that's about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
I didn't do that calculation, so I
Didn't ask you. I'm asking if you would agree with that.
can you repeat the question, please?
So ask the question.
Does the arm weight weigh the same as the head? Or the arm does weigh the same as the head, almost identical, because your arm, just one of the arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
I haven't done the calculation, but if the math checks, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree with this statement? The heavier the object, if it gets hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that is more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to allow the question.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I think I described that a little bit earlier. Is you would increase the mass, you multiply it by the acceleration. That's going to increase your force. Force is equal to mass times acceleration.
Right. So mass has a direct correlation to force. You agree?
Correct.
So therefore, the heavier the object, if it's colliding at the same speed, will create more force than a lighter object. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Correct. More force on the arm. Yes.
Right. So
Bro.
weight matters, doesn't it?
Dude.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
Force
it
is
matters.
Mass times
We know.
acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get the same force. And so inevitably, you change the mass, you change the weight, same speed, it changes the amount of force.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. And
When you did calculations in this case, you never took the estimate of 11 pounds, although it didn't exactly calculate the 5.48. You never took that 11 pounds and determined the percentage difference between the mass in that arm and the mass in a 9.38 pound arm, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't include it in any of your PowerPoints.
No.
You didn't explain it to the jury that there's a difference in weight matters.
Again, that's something that Dr. Rentschler is going to discuss.
I'm asking you because you testified, you gave opinions, you got a PowerPoint. Did you explain to the jury about the difference in force when there's a change in weight? When you did all your PowerPoint and calculations, did you break it down for them?
Well, I think it was certainly stated. I mean, I know that we went over Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration, right? So if you increase that mass number, it will increase the force.
When you were putting up your PowerPoints with the speeds, did you explain to us that there's a difference when you change the mass so that if you used a lighter arm, there would be a difference in force? Did you explain that to us in any of your slides?
I don't know that I explicitly stated it, but again, that's why we went up to 29 miles per hour to account for that difference in weight.
Were you trying to inflate the force for the speed of test so it looked like the collision had to happen at a faster speed to cause a certain amount of damage? Were you doing that intentionally?
No.
You didn't overstate the mass. You didn't use an arm that was 14 pounds that would have created the opposite illusion, right? You used a weight that was lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's estimated arm.
Right, because again, it goes both ways. If you increase the mass of the arm, you increase the force on the arm. So there's going to be more force acting on the arm.
let's talk about your studies with Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and his arm, and you gave some opinions about what you would expect for damage to his arm. When I asked you on Friday whether you had any support, any vetted journals, learned treatise, any support whatsoever about whether you should use a crash test dummy arm for these types of studies, you didn't have any support on Friday. Do you have any today that you can refer to?
No.
Putting aside the fact that you have absolutely no professional studies or journals to support that you should be using a crash test dummies arm for these types of tests, are you aware of the expert literature in this case that the opposite, you specifically should not use crash test dummies when you're trying to do this type of analysis on clothing and a person's body? Are you aware whether that exists?
I'm not aware of those studies, no.
As a inquisitive engineer, would
Dude,
you
shut the fuck up.
legitimate studies in your world, in your profession, that suggest or states that you should not be using crash test dummies to determine injury to the arm as far as lacerations? Would you want to know that?
But he didn't.
I think, again, you're
That's
getting
Dr.
confused between
Rentschler's
my
shit.
role and Dr.
Right,
Rentschler. Can I
that's
finish,
Dr.
please?
Rentschler's.
Okay, so. no
That's
comment.
Dr. Rentschler's job, dude. What are you talking about? He hasn't even testified yet.
I wasn't addressing the lacerations or the abrasions to the arm, sir.
Yeah.
You had photographs and you were opining that you would have expected or you would not expect there to be abrasions or cuts on that clothing in your test A and B, didn't you?
There were no holes or cuts in the material, no.
I understand, but you offered opinions. Didn't you offer to the jury an opinion that the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were inconsistent with your tests in A and B?
The cuts and the holes are inconsistent.
Right. In the
Sir,
clothing.
When you were assessing cuts and holes on clothing.
That's why we put
you
the
need
same
to make
clothing
sure
on
you
him,
try to
on the
get
dummy
to
that John
basis
O'Keefe was
that you're
wearing.
using the right properties, right?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And so if there was literature directing that you should not use a crash test dummy to assess injury on an arm,
He didn't.
would you follow that instruction or would you do it anyways?
He didn't.
Again, you keep saying injury to the arm. I was
Right.
looking at what happens to the material when it makes contact with the taillight.
A crash test dummy's arm is harder than a human arm, isn't it?
It's like
Yes.
Spanky's
You push
ignoring
human
the
arm
fact that he's
like an
talking about
indent, you
clothing.
Push in, can't you?
Yes.
And that property of pushing in, if a cloth is on it, it is easier for a cloth to tear pushing in than if it's hard, isn't it?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, do you disagree with that?
Well, the hybrid arm is a vinyl flesh, so it's not rigid.
Do you disagree with what I just said?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. Human arm softer than the hybrid. Yes.
Yes.
When you push it, you can push in much different than the hybrid arm, which is stiffer. Yes.
I don't know what you mean by much different, but there will be a difference. Yes.
Well, is it a noticeable difference to you if you push a hybrid arm as opposed to a human arm?
Yes.
When you push a human arm, it indents. Yes.
Correct.
And so if you push with cloth on, the cloth indents. Yes.
Correct.
Which creates an easier. It creates an.
Are you
easier
fucking
tear
kidding me
in
with
the
this right
fabric
now?
With less force, if you can push in as opposed to a hard arm. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
So when you're replicating studies and giving opinions about a person's arm, a real person's arm, using a hybrid arm doesn't seem to be an appropriate standard, does it?
I don't agree with that because again, when the taillight breaks in the test, the arm is now moving with that taillight. So
Right.
it's again, like we talked about on Friday, you'd somehow have to have those fragments accelerating at a greater velocity to penetrate that.
We're going to get to that, but I'm talking about the stiffness. Let's get back to the appropriateness of using a crash test dummy.
I got your stiffness,
Now
bro.
conceding that a human, it pushes different than the crash test dummy, would you agree that a crash test dummy is not an appropriate tool to use when determining tears in clothing on somebody's arm? Would you agree?
I don't think I would agree with that. No.
When you
Right. No.
used the crash test dummy,
You're
in
talking
test
out of
A
your
and
ass.
B, that was the 5'9" dummy.
Yes.
When you considered tears to clothing, you bought a new sweatshirt that was similar to Mr. O'Keefe's, an extra large sweatshirt.
Don't know if I recall the exact size, but I think one of them might have been extra large.
And then you bought a second one that was medium. So when you used the smaller dummy, you weren't actually using Mr. O'Keefe's
Smoke and mirrors,
size of
man.
extra large.
Smoke and
You used a
mirrors.
medium sweatshirt,
Distracting.
yes?
Yes.
Because it was a smaller dummy than the size of Mr. O'Keefe. That's why you needed a smaller sweatshirt, yes?
I think it was more or less just what we could get our hands on.
Well, you had an extra large and a medium. You didn't put the extra large on in test A and B, did you?
Dude,
I don't recall off the top of my head what sizes were on each test.
Okay, could we show a picture of A to remind Dr. Wolf?
the fact is that taillights aren't going to fucking cut up somebody's fucking sleeve like that. There's no way. The whole fucking,
And while
all
she's
the
pulling
testing
that
was
up,
just
to
to prove that you're full of shit.
So see, that's how that's blue.
Wasn't even
See, that's
necessary.
medium.
Shouldn't have
Yes.
been
So
necessary.
the blue ones you use to test A and B, correct?
Correct.
The smaller crash test dummy than Mr. O'Keefe, the 5'9" crash test dummy, yes?
Correct.
And then when you use Randy and brought him into the scene, you used the extra large, the gray one.
Correct.
Right, so you used a different one because it was a smaller anatomical doll than the size of Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
We used different sizes. The material blend was the same.
This was new.
Correct.
The extra large you put on Randy was new.
Correct.
Did you consider the wear and tear on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, the extra large sweatshirt he was wearing that night?
What the fuck
The
are you
wear and
talking
tear?
about?
Yes, the wear and tear.
No.
Did you ever consider the differences between a brand new sweatshirt and one that had been worn?
No.
Had you ever had clothing, sweatshirt you used repeatedly, maybe put in the dryer, wears it down? Sometimes you can get holes more easily. Have you?
Oh my
did you do any type of
God,
analysis on
dude.
that whatsoever?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Any type of analysis whatsoever?
Why would
on
you
the
allow
age,
that?
Or whether it's
Why would
stretch,
you allow
frame,
this questioning?
anything like that?
No.
No variables whatsoever on the sweater, did you?
No.
Okay.
This entire line of questioning is
Does
ridiculous.
it matter whether or not the sweatshirt is tighter or looser or how it fits the body? Is that any part of your consideration?
No.
Have you ever done testing like this before for clothing?
In terms of impacting a taillight?
Yes.
No.
So this
No.
is the first time ever that you've done this type of analysis and offered an opinion in front of a jury on this.
Specific to impacting an arm with a taillight, yes.
Yeah,
Before you decide to come
because
and
it
give an
doesn't
opinion,
happen.
Did you take any study or look at any journals on fabrics?
No.
Did you consider any of the variables that one would want to consider regarding fabrics before you came in and gave this opinion?
No.
Did it concern you when you were coming in to give a professional opinion about something you've never done before, whether or not you were studied in the area before you did it?
Well, I think I relayed my observations from the test, right? I certainly explained how we set up the arm, how the arm was closed. You all obviously saw the impact testing to the arm. So I'm relaying my observations from the test that we did.
Did it concern you that you were coming in to give an opinion on something you have never done before and that you did absolutely no study on fabrics or any of other people's analysis on fabrics in cutting? Did that concern you?
No, he
No.
didn't fucking paint
So you
the
were
fucking
comfortable
hoodie.
coming in with no experience in this whatsoever, without even studying or doing any research. You were comfortable to come in and just throw out an opinion?
No, again, and Dr. Rentschler is going to address part of this. We
You
worked
didn't,
as a team, so
you
that
didn't-
there's a
you didn't
synergy
paint
between
the
two
hoodie?
of us.
Well, putting aside the synergy, you're
You
the one
didn't
on the
paint the
stand
sleeve
under
of the
oath, right?
hoodie.
Correct.
You're the one testifying, giving opinions to this jury, yes?
Yes.
You're the one asking them to rely on your experience and training, true?
Correct.
You're the one asking them to rely on your judgment and your effort to be accurate, yes?
Yes.
So when you give the opinion, you have a personal
responsibility to support that opinion, putting aside Dr. Welcher or Dr. Rentschler. You have a responsibility for your opinion, don't you?
I would generally agree with that. Yes.
Generally?
Yes.
When wouldn't you? When would not be general? Don't you have an obligation every single time you take the stand and give an opinion to be supported, valued, vetted?
Yes.
Every single time?
And again,
He
Dr.
has
Rentschler
been.
is addressing those abrasions and lacerations, which certainly
Right.
correspond to the material.
But you didn't wait for Dr. Rentschler. You offered a number of opinions to this jury. You personally, under your name, you came in and presented yourself as an expert in this subject. You, didn't you?
Correct.
So putting aside Dr. Rentschler, his opinions, do you stand behind your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that despite the fact you've done no study, no research, haven't vetted, and have no authority whatsoever.
Yes.
You wrote a report back on February 12, 2024.
Correct.
In February 12, 2024, do you remember talking about injuries to the arm and damage to the taillight?
Generally, yes.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember writing in a report, it is significant to note that the injuries have been classified as abrasions and analysis of the autopsy photographs indicates minimal bleeding or lacerations of the dermis?
So the report that you're referring to is a joint report authored by myself, Dr. Rentschler, and Mr. Scott Klein. So that would have been a portion drafted by Dr. Rentschler addressing the injuries.
I see. So in this report, it has your name, Dr. Rentschler, and another person, Scott Klein, yes?
Correct.
But in the report, none of you ever differentiate which opinions you're standing behind.
None of you ever differentiate.
I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
Did you agree with that?
Oh,
Sustained.
Did you write or endorse these injuries would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover and the amount of force required to fracture the tail light cover?
So we're gonna see you in sidebar.
yeah. Like, dude, you're fucking drowning, Spanky. You're drowning. This is the fucking most ridiculous line of questioning I've ever seen in a trial ever. Like, he's just attacking this guy. Like, he's just attacking him. It's a childish attack. He's just trying to, like, trip the guy up with bullshit semantics about his credibility. And where Spanky really fucked up here was he ended up like really making it about himself. Like when he was really focused on when in redirect he told Dr. Wolf, Alan Jackson asked him where the 11.8 figure came from, and he said, Dr. Wolf said, I don't know where it came from. And Spanky got all butthurt about that and spent a really irrational amount of time trying to work that out. Made the guy sit there and do math. And it was really just about himself. There was nothing. He solved nothing. And he's sitting there talking about how the shirt, they didn't test the shirt. What about Welcher? What did Welcher do with this? Did Welcher even address the holes in the shirt and how the tail light could have done that? Did he show the shirt? Did he show a arm make impact with a tail light at 29 miles per hour, at 24 miles per hour? No. What he did was he cosplayed in John O'Keefe's clothing and put grease paint on an SUV bought with taxpayer money, and then stood there, and the SUV came at 2 miles per hour and rubbed paint on the John O'Keefe replica hoodie sleeve. Are you fucking kidding me? And then he has the audacity to sit there and talk about this guy like you expect this jury to believe you're the expert, right? You're the expert. You're the expert here, and you're presenting yourself as an expert to this jury. Correct? Correct? This is wild, man. All right, it is 11 o'clock. And of course, the Zoom meeting is not turned on. I don't think it will. But I've got Jess Machado's Twitter pulled up here, so I'm just checking the most recent tweets. All right. Yeah, everything is an hour ago, 2 hours ago. So nothing new from Jess Machado on TurtleBoy, but we'll keep checking in. Yeah, I mean, what Spanky's doing right now is just sinking. Like he's drowning. And it's really obvious. I don't know what he expects to accomplish from this line of questioning. Because what he's doing is he's victimizing Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf is sitting there, and the jury is looking at Dr. Wolf being attacked and him handling it and just being like, I don't know, dude. And he's answering his questions as best as he can, no matter how ridiculous they are. He's not showing him any respect. And the fact is Dr. Welcher, lest we forget that Dr. Welcher was a horrible witness. Like the jury sat there and saw all that shit. So you take the way that Dr. Welcher was completely and totally disrespectful and how he sounded completely and totally full of shit and was totally defensive the entire time he was being cross-examined. And then you take Spanky, the way he's attacking Dr. Wolf and the way Dr. Wolf has testified, and you're showing the stark contrast between the two testing, the two sets of testing that were done from Dr. Welcher and then from Dr. Wolf. And you see the contrast in the complexity, the detail, the attention to detail, all of these things that clearly are way, way, way different. And this is something that Hank Brennan cannot get out of his mind. And this line of questioning is him having a straight up temper tantrum in front of this jury. He's berating Dr. Wolf in front of this jury, and the jury is just watching him have a meltdown. That's what's happening right now. Hank Brennan is having a meltdown in front of this jury. Oh, I think they will. I think the opposite. ¡Estrella! ¡Me estás reventando las bolas, Estrella! ¡Las bolas!
You were asked questions about impact with the taillight. And in fact, in one of your answers to me today, you talked about after a vehicle collides with a pedestrian, there's continued movement between the vehicle and the pedestrian, isn't there?
Correct.
And so while glass that or plastic that shatters from a taillight might not impale clothes of the skin, would you agree if your dummy wasn't restrained, when the Lexus collides with the dummy, there'd be continued contact for some time, extended contact between both the dummy and the taillight?
Well, the arm, as is demonstrated in the test, would be moving at roughly the same velocity as the vehicle.
Yes. And don't you think that the vehicle
Yes.
would continue to drag the arm until the body either was thrown or spun off? Would you agree with that?
At some point, they will separate, yes.
At some point, but before the at some point. What I'm asking is, at the
Okay.
collision, when you see all the taillights shatter, right, wouldn't
All right.
the left
Shut up, Spanky. So Jess Machado just tweeted. So there's a camera in the press area for Aiden's hearing, but it's not for streaming. It's Aiden's documentary that is filming right now. So the Zoom has still not logged on. I've still got it pulled up back here in the background. The host never logged on. So we're just going to have to keep reading Jess's tweets. I hate the way she has it set up, though, because I have to find them. Attorney Bradle is here, and so is Cosgrove. There is a projection on the wall that looks like where a video is going to be played. They are calling another case. Okay, so they're not ready yet. So Aiden's case has not been called yet. There's been another case being called.
At a speed greater than the vehicle.
Fantastic. In some instances, would it move slower and be dragged by the vehicle's broken taillight?
Dragged?
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if
when
I
say
understand.
drag, push. How about we use the word push? Pushed by the broken taillight. Could that happen?
What?
The arm would move with the taillight until it moves out of the way.
So you're saying it would move with or faster, but never would slow down where it gets pushed by the car.
What?
It's moving with the vehicle, sir. I
Yeah.
don't
What are you
understand your question.
talking about, dude?
You said it moved with the vehicle. Sometimes it moves even faster, suggesting space between the broken taillight and the arm. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Correct.
So it can move with, it can move faster. Can it ever move slower and the vehicle pushes and drags against the arm?
Dude, that makes no sense.
I mean, it might be able to move a few miles per hour if it doesn't have as much of a center of mass hit, but it's still going to move out of the way because it's on a joint.
I understand, but before it moves out of the way, could it be pushed by that broken taillight? That's the simple question I'm asking you. Could it be pushed by the broken taillight?
Just moving adjacent with the taillight, just moving along. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Would you agree with this?
I mean, oh my God.
Struck at 25 miles per hour should get significant more damage to the significant more damage that taillight shatters, hits and moves forward into arms. Parts of taillight pushed into arm as vehicle pushes forward and pushes arm out of the way. So the word push, would you agree with that general characterization that the broken taillight can, in fact, push the arm?
Well, yeah,
agree
dude.
with that?
Of course it can.
Generally, I guess, again, it would move with the
Right.
vehicle, the arm
Adjacent
Not
with
move
the
with.
vehicle.
I'm asking you if you would agree about pushing. Would you agree with that?
Well, the car would be pushing the arm, not the taillight.
As long as we're on the same page about it, it's pushing the arm, but it's with the vehicle. They're moving together.
Right.
So, but in essence, yes, the arm is being pushed due to the fact that there's a force on it.
The taillight
And the
didn't jump out of the
pushing
vehicle and
Could
push his
have
arm.
that arm in contact with the broken pieces of the taillight if the taillight broke, correct?
Just moving at a common velocity.
The operative word here is push.
Dude.
So do you like to agree with me? You can disagree with me. Can the broken taillight push the arm so it contacts?
Oh my
provides
God.
Force against it. Could that happen?
Yes.
Are you saying the broken taillight pieces push John O'Keefe's arm, causing the abrasions on his arm in midair? No.
When you were showing
that
those
can't
photographs
happen.
today regarding test F, now you use Randy in test F, right?
Correct.
How tall is Randy?
He's 6 feet.
And he weighs 200 pounds?
Correct.
So still 16 pounds less than Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
Correct.
And you keep referring to Randy as a crash test dummy. Randy's no dummy, right? He's a mannequin.
He is, but he
What?
signifies basically what happens
So
when you
now
have
Randy
200
has
pounds
feelings,
of mass
Spanky?
striking the rear of that vehicle.
Randy
I don't
has
wanna
feelings now?
misrepresent Randy. He's not a crash test dummy, is he?
Well, it wasn't used for biofidelic
He doesn't identify
purposes. It
as a
was
dummy.
to, again,
He
what happens when you have
identifies.
200 pounds of mass
Oh my
strike the
God.
vehicle.
So when you've been referring to Randy as a crash test dummy, you don't mean to do that. That's a misnomer, isn't it?
Oh my
I don't know
God.
that I agree with that.
So you think that Randy is a crash test dummy? He's a certified, approved crash test dummy.
No, and I think I made it very clear that there is no instrumentation on it, right? And one of the reasons why I mentioned that is those ATD dummies are $150,000, so we're not going to risk impacting it with the Lexus and destroying that.
I can understand the cost analysis for you, but I want to be clear. He's a mannequin. It's used by firefighters and drills pulling a body
Oh
dead weight
my
out of a
God.
house to replicate certain scenarios. That's what Randy was made for, yes?
He can be used for those, yes.
Right. He's not a crash test dummy in the parlance of a legitimate studied crash test dummy, is he?
I don't agree with that because, again, we use that type of dummy in all different types of tests.
There's an H395M PED, which most closely replicates John O'Keefe's size and body, isn't there?
Correct.
You didn't have that when you did your test, did you?
No.
When you do crash tests,
Thank you.
you can put a magnetic control on the crash test dummy, so upon impact, it releases and is thrown. You could do that, couldn't you?
Birthmarks
is one way, yes.
her body.
So that way you don't have to put the dummy on a forklift, and then it creates a different scenario than real life. Correct?
That could be one way that you could do it, yes.
It doesn't impede any roll or drag when the dummies hit. That's one reason you would do that rather than a forklift, yes?
Correct.
Also, it might show some throw, which could lead to other type of damage like holes in clothes, yes?
Correct.
But you didn't use the magnet. You used a forklift.
Because, again, the purpose of the test was to evaluate, we talked a lot about those time frames, right? That 10 millisecond window.
It's not
It's
a great
to look
stop.
at
Stop.
from the vehicle damage perspective, what happens to the taillight, right, in that interaction. And then ultimately, what is the acceleration that the arm experiences in that, 10, 15
Randy
millisecond
stole my
window, right?
girl.
What happens 1 second after, 2 seconds after? Again, that wasn't of concern for me in my analysis.
You didn't use a magnet. You used a forklift, right?
Correct.
And when Randy went for a ride, you didn't expect him to break off the string and slide across the street, did you?
We didn't expect him to.
You didn't expect him to be thrown. You didn't expect the string on the forklift to break and then Randy to go
You
flying.
didn't expect
that,
anything.
did you?
Oh, I certainly expected that.
So you expected a throw with that.
Yes.
And the street has hard concrete and it has a lot of irregularities to it, doesn't it?
It's asphalt. Yes.
And the
It's
photos
my
that you showed
asphalt.
Today on redirect examination, did the defense show them to you during your direct examination? Any of those?
No.
Ms. Gilman, can you pull up that last exhibit with Randy on the ground? I think it's exhibit 221. Okay. And so this is Randy, right, doctor?
Yes.
Zoom in a little bit, please. What's that red thing near his shoe?
You mean the shoe that didn't fly off?
Appears to be a fragment of the taillight.
Can you zoom out? Could you go back an exhibit to the one before? Could you zoom in? Did you see any taillight fragments on his body or in his clothes?
I can't tell from here.
Could we have the exhibit before, please? Can you tell from here?
Yes.
In finding taillight fragments on the clothes after a collision, that's not unique, is it?
Unique? No,
Yeah.
it's possible.
Well, according to this, it's probable, yes?
In this test, that did occur, yes.
Could we have exhibit 201D, please? Do you know what this is, doctor? Did you see this picture in your analysis?
Don't know if I recall that specific photograph.
Do you know this is taillight shards found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you consider this photograph during your analysis before you gave your opinions regarding cuts and tears and lacerations?
No, sir.
Oh shit, I was muted this whole goddamn time. I'm so sorry, guys. All right. Hold on. Let me give you guys the update on TurtleBoy. I'm going to repeat all of that. When I have this screen pulled up, I can't see my StreamYard and I couldn't tell that I was muted. I'm so sorry for that, guys. So here, let me repeat this here. Okay. So first thing, an attorney for Paul O'Keefe is here, and the judge is hearing a motion to quash the testimony of Paul. Then 24/7, Paul O'Keefe's attorney claims that 24/7 it has become Paul O'Keefe's occupation to be a victim in the Karen Reed case. And then Bradel says, we believe there was a conspiracy between these witnesses. And the judge is asking about him having to make a decision on documents that Bradel is asking for. Judge is saying that Paul O'Keefe will most likely have to be here on Wednesday. And the motion to quash is denied. So Paul O'Keefe is going to have to testify at the TurtleBoy trial. So Paul O'Keefe was not able to weasel out of that one. Further review regarding documents will take place on Wednesday, and that is that. So I guess there'll be another hearing on Wednesday, and they're going to discuss documents that I'm assuming have to do with Paul O'Keefe and fake victim, maybe. I don't know. And there's not going to be a stream on TurtleBoy tonight, I don't think, because TurtleBoy was live earlier and he was claiming, well, he was basically claiming that he wants to be a good client to his lawyers now because he's a difficult client. No, stop that. Get out of town with that. So let's see. I'm gonna refresh and see what's happening. Because that's probably just one issue there that they went over. And then they moved on to the next motion. Let's see. Cosgrove does not want anyone from the public wearing things of support in the audience. Bradel does not object. We have moved to the next motion. I actually didn't hear it, but Bradel is objecting. I believe it has to do with the restraining order. Never mind the motion, whatever, it was allowed. Next motion was allowed, whatever it was. I could barely hear Cosgrove. We are on to Bradel's motions. I will try to get copies of those to post. All right, so yeah, I was muted because I didn't want you guys to hear me too. But I'm starving, so I have it pulled up here, the Zoom, but the host has to log in, and the host never logged in. So X have taken down JC witness harassment pics of Dr. Wolf's wife. Who's JC? All right, let's see here. Just going to keep checking in with Jess Machado here. But there's no new post here. Maybe there is. I don't know if she replied. Okay, yeah. We are working through those. Some are not necessary at this time. Motion number 8, Bradel says, will require a little explanation. We believe that Katani is a serial abuser of restraining orders, says Bradel. That was 33 seconds ago. I hate that I have to refresh like this every single time and then scroll. All right. Let's see. And then she says Bradel is talking about the video that I have previously shared showing Gattani approaching her ex in a parking lot where she got in his car, called the police, and the ex was arrested. Motion to play the video is allowed. Yes. Fake victims getting exposed, y'all. This is good shit. So the motion to play the video is allowed. So the judge is going to get to see the video of her getting into her ex's car and then calling the cops and then getting the ex arrested. Hey, listen. As long as Jess Machado is tweeting, I'm gonna keep reading them. This stream was originally set up to, and now the trial has started. Cosgrove is starting with his opening statements. So the TurtleBoy trial has commenced. And it is a bench trial, and Cosgrove has begun his opening statements. And nothing yet as far as anything. I mean, the thing is like Jess is probably checking out from Cosgrove's opening statements just because he's fucking so boring. So we'll check in a little bit, get some updates.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
You were asked when shown this picture if you accounted for this in terms of damage to the garment, the sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
What if I told you those were?
Objection.
So the objection's sustained. He said he doesn't know the sizes. That's the end of that, Mr. Jackson.
I realize he said he doesn't know. He was
That's
asked
the
questions.
end
Your
of
Honor.
that, Mr. Jackson.
The fuck,
Do you have
Bev?
Mr. Wolk, do you have the picture of the tin? The TIN, tin, the little round tin. You see that tin?
Yes.
Are you aware that all those pieces are inside that tin?
Objection.
Sustained. And jurors disregard that.
Did you ever see this tin in your analysis?
I do recall seeing, yes, in the evidence photographs of all the fragments, yes.
In your experience, are very large pieces or very small pieces put in little tins about 2 inches wide?
Sustained.
I
You were
love
asked a
it.
question about the arm being pushed by the taillight. Asked a bunch of questions about that, right?
Correct.
You indicated, what did you say in terms of the contact by a vehicle pushing an arm?
It's going to move with the vehicle until it separates.
In your testing, how long did it take the Hybrid 3 arm to get up to speed of the vehicle in the 24-mile-an-hour test?
About 10 milliseconds.
I'm sorry, say that again. About
10 milliseconds.
10 milliseconds.
Milliseconds, dude.
Correct.
So when you say the arm is being pushed, it's being hit, right?
The objection sustained.
It's being hit. Yeah. Being pushed at 10 milliseconds of
In every one of
speed.
your tests,
Dude,
every single one of your tests,
that's a hit.
did any taillight fragment tear a hole in the sleeve of the shirt that you were testing?
No, there was no holes, punctures, fraying, nothing to the material.
Was there ever a defect in that garment in any of that testing other than the road rash that we saw in the 29-mile-an-hour direct impact?
That the only test that showed the holes and the abrasions was that full-on hit where the body was sliding on the ground. There was no test where the taillight caused any type of punctures, holes, or fraying to the material.
And in that test, what happened to the back of the license, the test license?
Destroyed.
Destroyed.
Are there any follow-up questions?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Sarah, be creative just because. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very sweet. And somebody, Susan sent me a Venmo, very generous Venmo, $50. Thank you so much. Have a drink on me. This guy Brennan is driving me to want a stiff one right about now. Whoa, okay. Thanks for all you do, Susie. Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is insane, dude. Like, yeah, could this guy's like, oh, could the tail light when it comes into contact with the arm, could it push? Could it and the key word here is push. Push. Dude, at 10 milliseconds per hour, bro, like, well, not per hour, but dude, like that's the time. That's the time between from when the arm makes contact with the taillight and then separates from the taillight. 10 milliseconds is how long that takes. That is not a push. That is a hit. A push would prolong that contact. 10 milliseconds, that's a fucking It's not a push. What the fuck are you talking about?
On redirect, you again talked about the impact between an arm and the broken taillight.
Correct. Yes.
And I had asked you on cross-examination or recross-examination.
This poor guy,
whether
dude.
That broken taillight could push the arm, which of course would create force or friction, yes?
Well, once it's moving at a common velocity, I'm just not understanding your question then.
If it's not a common velocity, if the broken taillight is,
Ask the question.
if the broken taillight is pushing the arm, which would mean the broken taillight is going at a faster speed than the arm. If it pushes the arm, the broken taillight
hits
can come
the
in
arm,
contact
bro.
With the arm, can
It hits the arm. Doesn't push the arm. It hits
It's
it.
moving with the arm, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you agree with this? If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So if you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, it's moving forward into the arm. Do you agree with that?
No, Olivia Claire. I provided disclaimers.
Dr. Rensler, do you agree with that?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow it strike.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
I can. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, specifically if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
I'm going to allow
In reference to the greater damage, are we talking about damage to the arm?
Thank you, Sarah, for the Venmo.
Do you agree
Appreciate
with
it.
that phrase?
The best way I can characterize is it's moving with the arm, sir.
So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way.
Objection.
Do you agree with
it.
that?
I'm going to allow it.
No, you need to push. I need to push.
Yeah, I need to, like, this is fucking just repetitive bullshit. This is a complete waste of the jury's time, the court's time, and most importantly, the Massachusetts taxpayers' time. This is ridiculous. How many times are you going to say that the taillight pushed the arm, bro? Like, the taillight hit the arm, the taillight shattered, period. End of story. Didn't leave any fucking abrasions or didn't leave any it didn't leave any fraying or tearing or anything to the sleeve of the garment that the Randy the Randy, which identifies as a mannequin now, not a dummy. There's no, yeah, there's no damage to the garment. There's no damage to the sleeve. Like, and this is all bullshit because the fact is by now the jury knows that a dog attacked John O'Keefe. By now the jury is just like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, all Spanky's doing is convincing the jury more and more that John O'Keefe was attacked by Chloe. All right, now let's check. Hold on. I'm gonna mute this for a second. We're gonna check in on TurtleBoy's hearing now. Bradle says that others. She's taking some photos here. Bradle says that others enlisted Gattani to get Carney on a violation of the restraining order. Wow. Cosgrove, before that, she said that Cosgrove is saying that Gattani forgot to mention that the restraining order to the cop on site that day. The cop failed to mention it, so she later called the police and filed a complaint. Now Bradle is up. Bradle says that others enlisted Gattani to get Carney on a violation of the restraining order, and that's a fact. Those people by name are allegedly Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and Ken Mello. Okay? Ken Mello being the special prosecutor assigned to TurtleBoy's case. A hired gun, just like Hank Brennan by Michael Morrissey, just in TurtleBoy's case. Ken Mello is to TurtleBoy that Hank Brennan is to Karen Reed. Except Ken Mello is a way worse lawyer. Way worse. All right, so still no updates from there. Let's see what we got going on here.
On a forklift is going to be pushed, like this says, by the tip rope and tail light, isn't it?
It's going to move with the arm.
Again, it's going to move with the arm. What the fuck, dude? Come on with this shit.
By the tip rope and tail light, isn't it?
It's going to move with the arm.
Okay, we need to find another. Oh my God, dude. Fucking Law and Crime always takes a shit. All right, and there's more sidebar going on here. Yeah, I know. They just didn't turn on the Zoom.
All right,
There's nothing
so
I can
we're
do
not
about that.
going to do the voir dire right now of Dr. Laposada because everybody needs a break. What we'll do is we'll take the 20-minute recess. Who's doing the director, Dr. Laposada? Is that you, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
All right, so what I would ask you to do is not do anything on your direct examination with Dr. Laposada that involves the mention of dog bites or the evidence regarding motor vehicle experience, because we still need to have the voir dire. But I don't want the jury sitting out there any longer than need be, at least until the luncheon break. So without that, how long will it take you? Can you use the hour?
I did for credentials, but Your Honor, half of her credentials are the fact that she's an expert in dog bites and an expert in motor vehicle. I get through her education, training, background. but
Okay, is that all in? Is that all in her resume?
It's all in her, it's all gonna be in her direct examination.
No. My question is it in her resume? Has the Commonwealth received notice regarding the dog bite stuff?
Oh my God.
Commonwealth has received the same resume that the court has received. I don't know specifically what her resume says about dog bites. I don't think it says dog bites anywhere. No.
We have absolutely no notice.
But the courses that reference dog bites are listed.
Say that again.
The courses that reference for teaching dog bite issue and pattern recognition, they're listed in the resume.
All right. We'll see you at 12.
Thank you, Woodsy. All right. So all right. This is fucking crazy. This is a crazy day, people. This is a crazy, crazy day. All right. Yeah, so that's the last tweet. Still, Bradle says that others enlisted Gitani to get Carney on a violation of the restraining order. No updates just yet. Yeah, I'm just as disappointed as everyone else as far as the Zoom goes. I have no control over that. I have the Zoom pulled up, and just in case there's a miracle and the judge decides to turn it on, or the clerk or whoever, but I have it right there, and it has not been turned on by the host. So there's nothing I can do about that. I wish I had that video. Yeah, everybody on Twitter is talking about how Dr. Wolf is just so fucking over it. Oh my God, bro. Y'all want to see something crazy? Y'all want to see something crazy? Look at these fucking finest. Like, dude, unreal, bro. Dude, look at this. People are laughing. That's fucking crazy. That is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't even know where that was. Oh my God, people with their memes. Now, this is again off subject, but I have to admit that I laughed at this. I laughed at this. This is really funny to me. I this might change your opinion of me that I thought this was really funny, but I did. I can't lie. I totally thought this was fucking hilarious. And this is during the riots in LA. I don't think the riots are funny, but this happened. The cops were armed with rubber bullets. Okay. Rubber bullets, non-lethal. And this happened. And you have this this reporter from Australia here.
Hours of standing off this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters.
Now, she's lying because nobody fired any rubber bullets at protesters. There's nobody on horseback back here. So Lauren Tomasi is a fucking liar. And watch what happens.
Protesters moving them on through the heart of LA. Moving them on through the
One more
heart
time.
of LA.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, one more time, one more time. I mean, she said she was good. That's why it's funny. Like, they totally shot her in the leg. She totally got shot in the leg with a fucking rubber bullet, bro. Look at where, like, the cop looked like he totally targeted her too, dude. Like, that cop totally looked like he targeted her. Watch. Look at him. Look at him right there. Oh fuck! Here we go. She's gonna go. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, dude! Dude, this YouTube shit is just too fucking fun, bro. You shot the bloody reporter. You just fucking shot the reporter. You just shot the reporter, mate. Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit. That is so funny. I'm fucking crying, dude. That is so funny. Hold on. We got to keep looking for shit here. This is one of my favorite gifs ever, and then somebody used it perfectly. This is so appropriate. Look at this. Somebody talking about Spanky's shit. It dies from math. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, this is too much fun. I can't. I never thought I would laugh so hard at somebody getting shot with a rubber bullet, bro. This is so ridiculous. I can't with this shit anymore, dude. I'm so glad that this fucking trial is wrapping up because Spanky is just drowning. Like, I almost feel bad for him, but I don't because he sucks. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see what this guy has to say about the LA riots. Hold on. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Innocent fucking citizens are being thrown into a goddamn war zone for the color of their skin! National fucking Guard has been deployed in Los Angeles by Donald Trump to suppress peaceful protest! Peaceful fucking protest! That's
Peaceful protests, bro. Obviously, the protests are peaceful. You know, cars on fire and shit.
not all! They're planning aggressive ICE enforcement for 30 fucking days in LA! 30 days of terrorizing immigrant communities! Now they want to send the fucking U.S. Marines! Are you fucking kidding me? ICE officials are in Pasadena right now! A community hit hard by wildfires, and now they gotta deal with militarized government fucking harassment! People are living in trauma, and we're adding military gear and ICE raids! If you think that's it, no! They're firing chemical irritants at fucking peaceful protesters! They is our First Amendment right! Fascist fuck! Innocent fuck!
Okay. Homie. Like, you gotta chill out on these guys, man. These guys are, you gotta chill out on those. Okay, you don't see me yelling and screaming like that, man. You know what I mean? There's no reason to stress yourself out like that, man. You know, like, here's an idea. Maybe actually be peaceful when you protest. Take a page out of the Free Care Read crowd, man. Those are peaceful protests. What's going on in LA? If things are on fire, it's not peaceful. That's all I'm saying. If things are getting broken and getting set on fire, it's not peaceful. And you're not selling the idea, dude. You're not selling the idea that it's peaceful very well at all. Because I'm not getting a real peaceful vibe from
fucking citizens are being thrown into a goddamn war zone for the color of their skin! National fucking Guard has been deployed in Los Angeles by Donald Trump to suppress peaceful protest! Peaceful fucking protest! That's not all! They're planning aggressive ICE enforcement for 30 fucking days in LA! 30 days of terrorizing immigrant communities! Now they want to send the fucking U.S. Marines! Are you fucking kidding me? ICE officials are in Pasadena right now! A community hit hard by wildfires, and now they gotta deal with militarized government fucking harassment! People are living in trauma, and we're adding military gear and ICE raids! If you think that's it, no! They're firing chemical irritants at fucking peaceful protesters! They is our First Amendment right! Fascist fuck! Innocent fucking citizens have been thrown into a goddamn war zone for the color of their skin! National fucking Guard has been deployed in Los Angeles by Donald Trump to suppress peaceful protest! Peaceful fucking protest! That's not all! They're planning aggressive ICE enforcement for 30 fucking days in LA! 30 days of terrorizing immigrant communities! Now they want to send the fucking U.S. Marines! Are you fucking kidding me? ICE
oh my God,
right
guys,
now.
killing
Community
me.
hit hard by wildfires, and now they gotta deal with militarized government fucking harassment! People are living in trauma, and we're adding military gear and ICE raids! If you think that's it, no! They're firing chemical irritants at fucking peaceful protesters! They is our First Amendment right! That's just fuck! Innocent fucking citizens are being thrown into a goddamn war zone for the color of their skin! National fucking Guard has been deployed in Los Angeles by Donald Trump to suppress peaceful protest! Peaceful fucking protest! That's not all! They're planning aggressive ICE enforcement for 30 fucking days in LA! 30 days of terrorizing immigrant communities! Now they want to send the fucking U.S. Marines! Are you fucking kidding me? ICE officials are in Pasadena right now! A community hit hard by wildfires, and now they gotta deal with militarized government fucking harassment! We're living in trauma, and we're adding military gear and traits! You think that's it? No! They're fine chemical irritants and fucking peaceful protesters! Amnesty is our First Amendment right! Fascist fuck!
Jesus, dude, you need to calm down, bro. Oh my God. All right, let's see what Jess does. Let's see what Jess is saying. We'll see if we got an update on Jess, on TurtleBoy from Jess. Unreal, dude. That was so funny. Yeah, the last update I see here is from 23 minutes ago. Oh, wait. All right, we are back in session. Cosgrove calls his first witness, Paul Delano, who works for the Massachusetts trial court at Norfolk Superior. Okay. So Cosgrove has called Paul Delano, who works for Massachusetts trial court at Norfolk Superior. Dude, that was just crazy. Like, the world is going crazy, dude. The world is just going fucking crazy. There's just no denying that. All right. Oh my God, dude. All right, let's see some more shit here, dude. Like, I'm just like killing time here. That's all I'm doing. Dude, look at this shit. Okay, so there's a Donald Trump piñata. I think it's funny that it's a piñata. Is there candy in it? Can they get candy out of there? Ay, dulce. Dale, 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 Trump. Dale, Trump. Dale. Mira, mira el dulce. Yo quiero dulce. Like, no candy in that motherfucker? That's some bullshit. Okay. That's bullshit. I would have felt gypped. That guy is everywhere now. I mean, all right. Let's... Yeah, like I realize this isn't Karen Reed or TurtleBoy related, but you know, we're waiting on updates and they're on break. And this is happening right here, like in the United States. This is happening in LA. Like, if you think I'm not going to address this shit, you're out of your mind. This is right in our backyard. This should concern us all that this is happening. I don't give a fuck. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Israel, Palestine, what's going on between the two of those? Maybe it's because I'm uneducated, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like I have not concerned myself with that shit. I'm not saying that I don't care about people getting hurt. I don't care about people getting murdered. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I don't give a fuck about what's going on between Palestine and Israel. Seriously, like I really don't care. And all right. All right, yeah, you guys can see me. That's concerning. Wow, that was weird. Okay. All right, no more talking about that. So, but here's the thing is this whole thing with ICE? I mean, I really don't have that much of an opinion on that one way or the other either. Oh, Melanie's down too? What's going on? No way. Let me see. Let me check what's going on here. Yeah, the same thing happened to Melanie's channel. That's fucking bizarre. Oh shit. Let me text her and tell her to refresh. All right. She's got 20,000 people watching her right now. So that's really weird. Yeah, I guess there was some sort of glitch in YouTube just now. So I don't know what's going on. And the same thing happened to Andrea and Emily Baker too. That's interesting. Wow, dude. Huh, yeah, I guess YouTube just had a glitch. Scared the shit out of me, dude. Honestly, I'm not even trying to lie. That shit scared the fuck out of me because somebody's channel just got deleted like altogether because they were I guess somebody used a word in the chat that they shouldn't have used and none of the mods caught it. And then they deleted the channel. They deleted this guy's channel. This dude, Danny. From what I heard. All right, there. She's got it. Oh, I got another Venmo. It's very nice. Elizabeth says, "You're cracking me up today. I burst out laughing in Dr. S's waiting room, or in the doctor's waiting room." Okay. Well, good. I'm glad. I love the idea that people are like listening to me in like places they probably shouldn't be. And then I make them bust out laughing and make shit really awkward for them wherever the fuck they are. So I love that shit. Road to 50K, my ass. I was really hoping to get 50,000 subs by the end of this trial. It doesn't look like that's going to happen, but I'm not disappointed. I am truly grateful for the following that I have right now, and I think you're all crazy anyway. So if I got 50,000 of you motherfuckers, I'd be like, okay. But yeah, I was really kind of hoping that that would happen though. Definitely quality over quantity. I definitely have the best chat. In all of the Karen Reed community, I have the best fucking chat. Quite possibly in all of YouTube. Okay? Dude, we got a bunch of fucking Glare Law Institute of Law and stuff. Whatever you call it. Alumni's in this motherfucker, bro. Okay? And while I got a minute, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and share with you guys a little quick so our new merch, we got a new merch distributor, folks. The Glarer now has a new merch distributor. Okay? People, Sherry gets mad if I don't shill this shit because she works hard on this stuff. Okay? And I'll show you guys. We got come back. Check it out. We got hell yeah. We'll come back to that.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I need to put on evidence gloves.
It's going to be the shoe. The shoe, bro. He's going to bust out the shoe. Nah, I doubt it.
Your Honor, the defense moves for a mistrial with prejudice based upon intentional misconduct that just occurred before the court and for the jury. And what I'd like to do, Your Honor, this regards the hoodie. In this regards questioning and representations and questioning by Mr. Brennan. And what I'd like to and need to do, Your Honor, is to have 2 documents marked as exhibits. And then I am going to use Exhibit 88, which is an evidence, which is the hoodie, which is why I'm putting on the evidence gloves. And it will become quite obvious very shortly what the issues are.
All right, so what are the things that you want to have marked?
This is fucking
What I would
crazy.
like to have marked.
What?
What I would like to have marked, the first document, and I want to get the specific title.
Yeah, this is zapping
These
right now.
2 documents are from the criminalist file, specifically Ms. Maureen Hartnett's notes regarding cuttings from the hoodie sweatshirt that's in the crime lab file folder.
Okay.
So the first is the back of the hoodie. So with your honor's permission, I would have that marked for identification.
Misconduct. I wonder what the fuck this is. What did he catch him on?
Why? Friday.
Oh man, dude, this please be good.
And may I see that, please? Thank you.
This is
That is
wild.
the back of the hoodie, your honor. If I could please have the next marked in order exhibit for identification.
Exhibit ZZZ, Friday identification.
Just give me a minute to read this, Mr. Leslie.
Yes, your honor.
So is it that there are no holes in the back? There were no holes in the back of the sweatshirt?
That's only part of it, but that is in fact the case, your honor.
Okay.
Wow, dude. Holy shit. So there were holes now, but there
I can't
weren't
tell
originally?
entirely from ZZZ, but if that's your argument, why for identification appears to support that.
Your honor, may I have the exhibits marked for identification back for my argument?
Okay.
What is happening right now?
Thank you, your honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Unless he's got his black dragon gloves on, man. I love that shit.
Your honor, what we just saw is Attorney Brennan question Dr. Wolf with regard to the hoodie sweatshirt that heretofore has been in the plastic casing for trial.
Right.
And this is the, what happened was Attorney Brennan held up the casing with a hoodie sweatshirt, went to the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. First point to note, Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, didn't give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to look at it.
Can I just ask a question? I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning. So I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen with it. Is that not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not the case, Your Honor. The
Okay.
first time I realized that line
Okay.
of question was going to be asked was when Mr. Brennan pulled the casing out.
Okay.
So he just busted out
Go ahead,
this
Mr.
thing
Leslie.
in
Thank you, Your Honor.
examination when
So,
he's not supposed to, in
to
recross?
do it in order, Mr. Brennan takes the hoodie sweatshirt in the casing,
Take it easy, Bob. Come on.
without notice, shows it to Dr. Wolf, and shows the back of the hoodie, which has certain holes, and I'm going to limit calling them holes to do this chronologically. I'm going to refer to exactly what they are in moments.
Okay, so I need to see it. I know you've got gloves on. Where is it right now? It would help me if you held it up for me now,
Absolutely, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Leslie.
He took it out of the casing.
So here is the back
Okay.
of the hoodie.
All right. Thank you.
It's very obvious that these are cutting holes cut by the criminalist.
Oh shit!
I'm
What?
going to get to the back to this in
That he
a
cut it
moment.
with scissors?
But I would like to do it. and
Cutting
certainly
holes?
entertain any of your Honor's questions, but in a logical order.
Sure. So I'm not.
What the
What about the
fuck,
jurors
dude?
and lunch? How long do you think this will be?
I think this will take about 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, stay cool, Bob. Stay cool, man. Because this is the kind of thing that pisses Bob off. This is the kind of thing that's going to make him go off.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just
Come on,
want to
buddy.
get the flow back going here
You
in the
got
logic. So,
You got this,
and I'll
buddy.
do it quickly. So Mr. Brennan grabs the hoodie sweatshirt inside the casing, doesn't show it to Attorney Jackson, goes up. We have no idea that this was going to happen. goes up, confronts the witness, Dr. Wolf, shows the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. To my knowledge, the first time the back has been referenced of the hoodie sweatshirt, shows Dr. Wolf, confronts him, and basically says, couldn't these holes be caused, and I'm paraphrasing, from a fall backwards? Obviously positing in the juror's mind after, remember, we just saw all kinds of videos with regard to Rescue Randy and impact at 24, 29 miles an hour, more aptly 29 miles per hour, and damage to the hoodie, etc. So what then happens is Dr. Wolf is asked a series of questions, very much with the indication that somehow, in the clear implication, that these holes are being caused by road rash, and that the holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, could have been or likely were caused with regard to some type of impact. Clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice.
Woo! Let's go.
Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29th, 2022.
So do you have something you said when you said obviously cut by the criminalist? Do you have something that shows that chart that I couldn't understand quickly? Is it on that?
Yes, Your Honor. What
Okay.
we have is two documents to show that.
Right. So the second one, when was that provided?
These, when you say provided, you mean with regard to when did the defense get these in a discovery? Let me get the date, Your Honor.
Sure.
Notice of discovery, May 2023.
Okay, thank you.
May 2023.
I will note, Exhibit YYY. The only, I believe, I'm holding up YYY, which is the back of the hoodie, I believe is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence, not turned into evidence. This is the one that it clearly shows the hoodie before the criminalist started her work with the cuts. There are no cuts to YYY, and if we need to, we'll bring Ms. Hartnett in to confirm.
All right. So is ZZZ in evidence?
ZZZ is not in evidence, and that is part of the basis for the mistrial. It is no coincidence
Calm down,
that
dude.
these two
Calm
documents
down, Bob.
are
Calm
not
down.
in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. So that is part of the intentional misconduct, Your Honor, is these are documents from the criminalist's file. It's the Commonwealth's documents. And it is very clear when you go to Exhibit ZZZ, the cuts that the criminalist made to the back of the hoodie are specified.
So where on that? Because when I quickly looked at it, I didn't see it. What does it say? Go ahead and read it to me, please.
It's item number 7. I'll read it from the top. LIMS 22-218-4, analyst MSH, which is the initials for Ms. Hartnett. Dates: May 11, 2022, May 12, 2023, and then May 18, 2023. And what she does is she's got the...
You know what? Can you bring it up to me, please?
I certainly can, Your Honor. And I can conduct my argument from right here if that helps, Your Honor.
I just want to point out to me where it says.
Yeah, Bob's like, I want to get through this. I'm on fire right now.
You can see the back of the hoodie. That's the back of the hoodie head. And then you can see
This is
the
fucking crazy. Dude, this is crazy.
Let me just get a check on this, Your Honor. I'm not.
Dude, Brennan is a weasel, lying sack of monkey shit.
And I'm
So Mr. Leslie's taking it.
yes.
All right, so this is why I didn't see where there's not been said that should have the document. It was shown here, Mr. Leslie says exterior front.
Can I get the check?
Label cuttings.
Pardon me?
The label cuttings.
Right, but if I can, Your Honor, I want to clarify this. Yes, are you willing?
And Madam Grajo here is getting everything on fucking record, bro.
Mr. Jackson, it says exterior front, what Mr. Leslie was pointing me to.
Well, yes, sir. It may have printed the wrong page. I can do it, but Mr. Wolf, can you print the back? And Your Honor, are you comfortable using the computer at the back? Because I think we just had the wrong one.
We need to mark it, though.
I understood. We will. He's printing it right now.
Madam Grajo, get it all on record, lady. We love it. Smell those pits. Make sure the pits are nice and right. That's how we like it.
We printed.
Look at
We
Jackson
wanted to
just
have
sitting
the
there like a
front
boss, dude.
and the back to show all the cuttings, but what only printed out was the front. We are now printing the back. Your Honor is correct.
Yeah, exactly. Does she have grave concerns now? So what happened? Did he cut new holes into the hoodie or something? Well, I know Hank got caught pulling some bullshit. I want to know exactly what he got caught pulling.
But may, Your Honor, I'm advised it'll take 2 minutes because it has to go.
All right, so go ahead with your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, what is being printed is which we will mark, will be the front of the hoodie. The purpose of Exhibit ZZZ and the one that is being printed is to show and to give the court, and we're going to request to give to the jury the complete picture and the complete true story about these holes in the hoodie that were presented as if they were caused in some manner by something else other than the
So
criminals.
that seems perfectly reasonable, and I'd be inclined to do that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And here is the reason for the motion for a mistrial with prejudice.
With prejudice, motherfucker.
On its own to do this. And you put together all of the parts of what just occurred. You start with the fact that
Don't over-explain, Bob.
Now that I have it,
You're gonna lose her.
She's-
You got her right now. Don't lose her.
Copies too, so I can have my own copy.
Absolutely.
And for the Commonwealth to see.
And I'm going to show the Commonwealth what I just printed.
Exhibit A.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Sure. And here's another document, chain of custody document.
This is fucking wild, dude.
Well, Mr. Brennan is reviewing that. We may head to Madam Court Reporter, the chain of custody document for these, and that's that be marked as the next exhibit in order.
Okay.
And then with Your Honor's permission, I would have Madam Court Reporter hand them both up to Your Honor, so
Sure.
Your Honor can see what I'm referencing.
Thank you.
Do you have grave concerns, Bev?
Exhibit BBB for ID.
Thank you.
Here it is. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Do you need this, Mr. Leslie?
I do not need either of them, Your Honor, and I have the extra copies as well. Okay, so Your Honor, I now have enough copies for Your Honor and Judge Conwell.
Oh, thank you.
So if I could have one set, that would be great. Yeah, Your Honor. Thank you.
I still do not have ZZs.
Nor do I. I don't need them.
All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
So, Your Honor, to do this quickly chronologically, so we have a hoodie sweatshirt that was brought into the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, with the back of the hoodie with no holes on it.
No holes.
The criminalist makes cuts to the back of the hoodie, makes cuts to the front of the hoodie. The exhibit, Your Honor, depicts those. There's a chain of custody document that describes the chain of custody for the hoodie and the cuts in the chronology. And of course, we have exhibit 88, which is the hoodie. So what Mr. Brennan did, and I'm now pulling exhibit 88, he holds up the back of the hoodie, which has cuts in the back from the criminalist, somebody from the Commonwealth, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartnett, she's testified, and Mr. Brennan has indicated he wants her to come back and testify, which we welcome. And now what we have is we have holes in the back of the sweatshirt that were dramatically held up to and confronted with Dr. Wolf, and then the jury sees it. With the clear, unmistakable, purposeful intention of having the jury conclude that these holes could have come from events on January 29th of 2022, when in fact the Commonwealth well knows from its own documents, from its own criminalist, that those holes in the back were caused by their criminalist as part of their examination and sampling of the hoodie. What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important for a context than the alleged collision that never occurred? That's the topic before some of the most significant and probative witnesses in this trial.
Yes.
That the Commonwealth has been attacking from the jump of pre-trial. They picked the most opportune, sensitive time to pull this stunt.
Yep. Get 'em.
This is intentional. This is irremediable. This is on the key issue of this case, whether there was any collision at all. On its own, Your Honor, on its own, this is a mistrial with prejudice. But I add to that what just happened, and I'm not going to repeat or go into other than to reference. This comes on just mere days after the Commonwealth raised the specter of absence of DNA on the same hoodie sweatshirt without having the criminalist, Ms. Kuhn from UC Davis come in. I know Your Honor already ruled on that.
Right.
and
So let's move along from
Right.
there.
I'm going to come back to this. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? Why is this happening?
Because he knows Bev's going to let him get away with it.
The Commonwealth has no case. They have no collision. They are desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support it. So what have we come to? We've come to the manufacture of evidence. We've come to, incredibly, taking a hoodie, a key piece of evidence in this case, and holding up to Dr. Wolf, the ARCA expert, to try to make it seem like Dr. Wolf didn't do his job. You didn't account for these holes. How could you be a credible accident reconstructionist when you talk about some holes, but you don't talk about these holes? Knowing all along the holes that Attorney Brennan is trying to impeach Dr. Wolf on were caused by the Commonwealth's own criminalists as part of sampling. I don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting elucidation of testimony than this on the key issue in the case. We have irrefutable, objective evidence, and I will state that it's more than interesting that none of these exhibits that Your Honor now has marked for identification were put in evidence by the Commonwealth. Isn't it some coincidence that these are the one, and the only one of the, with regard to the hoodie, the back of it's not in, all of the rest of them are, but these aren't. Your Honor, I think there is one and only one conclusion, in that this is intentional, that it is a matter of such significance and of such misconduct and intentional that it merits the sanction of a mistrial with prejudice. The amount of effort, the amount of work, I can't even begin to think to remedy this in front of the jury, to go backwards on this. That should not befall the defense.
Right.
That should befall the prosecution. Ms. Reed, again, is entitled, like every other defendant in this wonderful Commonwealth, to a fair trial. The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. Ms. Reed's rights under the Constitution and the Declaration of Rights have once again been trampled on, and it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end. At some point, Ms. Reed's rights have to be protected. At some point, confidence in the judicial system, the public's confidence in the judicial system, that prosecutors will conduct themselves with their duty to present a fair trial. That has to be enforced at some point for Ms. Reed to receive the fair trial that she and every other defendant in this Commonwealth is entitled to.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Dude, fuck you.
Your Honor, my brief review of the lab.
You suck.
My brief review of the lab paperwork
up.
and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
And so I think what should happen is there should be curative instruction. There should be a stipulation. The court should instruct the jury that during Mr. Brennan's cross-examination, he asked Dr. Wolf about holes on the sweatshirt or holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. The parties agree the holes were made by a crime lab technician. This was done inadvertently but should not have been asked. The court should strike the questions and the answers. And you should instruct the jury they are completely disregard any questions or answers about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt. And the court should allow the defense to introduce the lab paperwork.
Nah, son.
All right. So I'm not going to allow the mistrial motion.
Of course
Mr.
not.
Leslie.
Of course
What I'm going
not.
to do is
Of course not.
instruct the jurors. I'm going to put in.
Brennan only did
it's
it
been
because
marked
he
for
knew you'd let him get away with it.
Y, Z, A, and B. 4 of each letters. I'm going to put all these into evidence. They can be displayed for the jury, and I'm going to instruct the jury that during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked him about holes in the back of the sweatshirt and whether or not they perhaps could have come from events or implying or something like this. I instruct you are not permitted to draw any inference that these could have come from the events of January 29th, 2022. I instruct you further that those holes were made
dirty
by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on, I just put the dates aside. Chrissy, can I see those, please?
This is
It's unclear for me. Do you have a better idea, Mr. Leslie, what day these were done? Is it all of those 3 days? Now I see a 4th day. 5/11, no, I'm sorry, 5/11, 5/12, 5/11, 2022, 5/12, 2023, and 6/18, 2023. Those are the 3 dates.
Your Honor, on or about May 18th, when the defense filed a motion to test. So that's the probative date.
So May 18th?
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, Bev
And
is
that's 2023.
is carrying Brennan through this trial. I am absolutely convinced of it. He is absolutely.
That's what I'm going to do. Is there
carrying
anything
Brennan through
further
this
you
trial.
want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor, I'm not going to go any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further.
Yeah, of course not. We knew you were going to
So
deny it.
I'll hear you. Go ahead.
Of course you were going to deny it.
First, Your Honor, is with regard to 2 things. One, I would like the opportunity to have the hoodie sweatshirt held up. Because that's what happened.
Yes. Yes.
These holes in the
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's number one as part of the stipulation. And then
I'm not wording it as a stipulation, and I'm not saying it was inadvertent. I am giving an instruction that they cannot consider it for this purpose, and I am allowing these to be placed into evidence. So it's not a stipulation. It's from me, which I think is more forceful.
I misspoke, Your Honor. I agree.
Unreal.
Not the stipulation, but
Unreal.
Your Honor said. With regard to the matter Your Honor said they're not to take an inference, I would respectfully request that this be handled just like Your Honor did with regard to the rock at 34 Fairview. Your Honor said that rock wasn't present, on or about the time of event.
So I do say that when I say Ms. Harnett did this. So rewording it just a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt. I instruct you that you are not permitted to draw any inference that those holes were a result
And let the
of
jury
the
know.
events on January 29th, 20. So all right, this is what I'm going to say. So if you're not going to listen to it, that's fine. I've already said it. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Wow, dude.
It's what I said,
fucking
Mr.
hate
Alessi.
you.
Your Honor, I was consulting with Mr. Alessi. I'm not showing disrespect to the court.
Okay.
Of course you were listening.
All right, so it's what I said, Mr. Alessi. I instruct you that you're not permitted to draw an inference that
That the holes were made by the fucking criminalist.
came from the events of January 29, 2025. Those holes were made
By the
by the
criminalist.
criminalist, Ms.
There you
Harnett,
go.
during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18, 2023.
Is it possible, Your Honor, last comment, to instead of not drawing inference, but you should conclude that these holes were not present in the hoodie sweatshirt. They were caused by the criminalist.
So I can just leave that all out then and just say, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt. I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18th. It's probably neater that way anyway. All right, let's bring him in, please.
What a fucking piece of shit you are, Brev.
Just as a
are-
housekeeping matter, the sweatshirt's been taken out of the plastic sheet, and it might need to be remarked. The plastic sheeting was marked, but if we're going to put it into a bag or something like that, we might need to have it marked. But we don't need to do that right this second.
Beverly Cannoni is fucking dirty.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fucking dirty. How the fuck do you sleep at night? I mean, there's
All right, thank you.
there's nothing that the defense can do here. Brennan can cheat. And if and all he does is cheat. And if the defense finds a way to catch him red-handed, then he gets the opportunity
Mr.
to go,
Alessi, you're simply going to
"Oops,
stand and
I
hold the
made a
sweatshirt,
mistake.
right?
Oops, I made a mistake."
Okay.
And then the judge is going to go, "Okay, yeah, then we'll just let the jury know you made a mistake."
So this is exhibit 223.
He's caught red-handed being completely unethical, robbing Karen Reed of her,
No, I want you to
civil
hold
rights.
it up with the back. You
Look
do
at
that
this
first,
show.
and then I'll give the instructions.
This is a show. This is a fucking farce.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, why don't you just, where are you going to stand?
Pardon me?
Where are you going to stand?
I would suggest, Your Honor, right about here.
All right? So you can stand there, you can hold it up, then I'm going to ask you to put it down, and then I'll give the instruction.
Unfucking believable, dude. So this is a fucking play,
Court
dude.
officer.
It's a
Give me a
show.
moment, Your Honor. I'm going to put on the.
It's all rehearsed.
All right, then we will take
the
the
jury.
luncheon recess. When we come back, we'll have the voir dire. Or actually, is Dr. Lapisada here?
She's here, she's on next. We're gonna call up.
For just the measurements?
Go ahead.
Beverly Cannoni is fucking dirty.
Your Honor,
The whole world is looking at you.
It is from Ms. Hartnett for the cuts, along with the next after discussion shows the cuts were made by Ms. Hartnett. along with-
Well, I say it, and I'm going to tell her what they are, so.
Oh, Karen Reed's Sixth Amendment rights have been raped. Fucking raped. Judge Beverly Cannoni is absolutely fucking dirty. I become more and more convinced of it throughout the course of this trial. More and more convinced of it. Just when I think that I can't be more convinced of it.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right. Jurors, I appreciate your patience. Mr. Leslie, why don't you hold the exhibit up for the jurors, please? All right, jurors, that's the back of the sweatshirt that was shown to Dr. Wolf. Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put it back in the bag? So, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt back on May 18th, 2023. Okay? So, I know your lunches are here, but I think Mr. Yannetti, your next witness, please.
John Kinetic.
David Yannetti's pissed off too, man.
Okay, you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now is here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Go ahead, Mr. Yannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is John Tedeman. It's Tedeman.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I am a private investigator.
Do you work for someone else or do you have your own firm?
I have my own firm.
What is the name?
Forum Investigations.
That's Forum?
Correct.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and work history. You're from this area?
Yes, Boston proper.
I'm sorry?
Yes, from Boston.
Where did you attend high school?
The Roxbury Latin School.
When did you graduate?
1996.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Princeton University.
What year did you graduate?
2000.
What did you do after graduation from Princeton University?
I became a federal agent.
Where?
The agency or the location?
Oh, I meant the location. Sorry.
I started out in Los Angeles and then I was back in Boston.
And what years were you a federal agent in Boston and Los Angeles?
2002 through 2008.
And what agency did you work for?
I worked for the Inspector General for the Social Security Administration, Office of Investigations.
And what type of work did you do in terms of investigations?
We did fraud investigations, identity theft, credit card fraud, fugitive operations, all sorts of things, anything involving a Social Security number, basically.
And why did you leave in 2008?
I went to law school.
Where?
Suffolk.
What year did you graduate from Suffolk Law School?
2013.
And what did you do after graduation from Suffolk Law School?
I've had a small solo law practice and worked as a real estate broker.
And what type of law did you practice?
Mostly real estate law.
When did you start Forum Investigations?
In April of 2024.
Are you still practicing as a lawyer?
Not very much, no. I still have my license, but my bar card, but I don't practice much.
All right. How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by somebody from your office last Tuesday, I believe, the 3rd.
Okay. And was it explained to you why you were brought in at this late juncture?
Yes, it was explained that there was another investigator who had a health issue and would not be able to testify. So would I be able to help out with a small assignment?
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to travel to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take some measurements and photographs.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
When did you go?
On June 3rd. I believe I arrived about 5:30 at 34 Fairview.
Okay, and when you say June 3rd, we are talking about last week?
Yes,
correct?
last week. Yes.
Whom did you see when you got there?
One of the homeowners, an older gentleman, greeted me when I pulled in the driveway.
And it was not the Albert family, correct?
It was not.
Did that individual give you permission to enter onto the property?
He did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought an iPhone as a camera, and I brought a wheeled measuring device.
And can you describe what a wheeled measuring device is?
Yeah, it's like a handle with two wheels at the bottom, and in the middle there's like a little odometer that measures feet and inches.
And if we could, Mr. Wolf, could we display the photo of the front of 34 Fairview that's already in evidence with the court's permission?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 46. Do you see exhibit 46 on the screen, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
When you got to 34 Fairview Road in Canton on June 3rd, did you make note of the various entrances to the residence on the front, from the front of the house?
I did.
Could you describe those for the jury?
Yes, on the left side center of the building, there's what I would call the front door, up those 4 steps, I guess. Then if you were to look farther to the right, there at the end of the main building, there's another door, which I guess is the second front door or side door.
And with regard to that door, is it fair to say that faces outward, faces toward the road?
It does. It faces directly towards the road.
Okay, continue, please.
And then past that to the right, there are the windows. And then if you can see the little red line, that is a side door that goes into the garage. Yes, right there.
It's been highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. And then there are obviously the 2 garage doors.
Then the 2 garage car doors, yes.
4 cars to enter. Okay.
Yes.
We can take that down. Mr. Wilk, and put the lights on. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dude, like at this point, I'm legit worried that the jury's being fucked with. Like at this point, I'm legit worried about it. Based on what we know about the last trial and what we're seeing happening right now in front of our faces.
Photograph in front of you. Can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, that appears to be a photograph that I took of the side front door, the secondary front door, the garage door, and the 2 car doors to the garage.
Okay, particularly with regard to the side pedestrian entrance into the garage, the red door that you identified in the previous exhibit. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the layout of the house in terms of the outside and the entrances that you've previously testified to?
Yes, it does.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, can I see those, please, sir?
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. This is there's absolutely no reason at this point with everything that we're seeing. I mean, the thing is like I didn't expect Bev to call a mistrial for 2 reasons. A, because this shouldn't even be a trial at this point. Beverly Cannoni showed that she was hell-bent on this going to trial since pre-trial before the first trial. Hell-bent on it. There wasn't a case then, and there's even less of a case now. And then the other reason that I was sure that she wasn't going to cause a mistrial is because Brennan is she's helping Brennan. Brennan only did that. The only reason Brennan would be so brazen, the only reason any prosecutor would be so brazen to pull the shit that he has been consistently pulling throughout this entire trial. The only reason he would is if he had the confidence that the judge would let him get away with it. That is the only reason this prosecutor would feel that fucking brave to do something, to do these things so consistently. all the time to play so dirty is because the only way that that a prosecutor would be that brave is if he knew he was going to get away with it. And the person to ensure that he's going to get away with it would be the judge. Like I've been seeing all of the memes and shit like that of Bev, you know, coddling Brennan but now, I mean, now it's for real. Like how this guy blatantly lied. He lied to Dr. Wolf. He tried to use, he knew that was false. And he knew that Dr. Wolf would be like, I don't know. And the whole purpose was to make Dr. Wolf look incompetent in front of that jury. And he did it under false pretenses. He made it seem as though the holes in the back of that hoodie were caused by being dragged on the asphalt. And that is not what happened. Those holes were done by the criminalist, by the Commonwealth's own criminalist. 2 years ago. 2 and 3 years ago. 3 separate occasions that took place over the course of 2 and 3 years ago. So, this is absolutely misconduct. There is no excuse. That's a defense attorney shit that would get a defense attorney fucking disbarred. And a prosecutor's doing it? Someone who represents the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is pulling that shit in a court of law? And the judge allows it? The judge lets him get away with it? This is fucking the craziest thing I've ever seen. I mean, the patience that the Reed family must have. Like Karen, Nathan, Kelly, Bill, Janet, Liz, all of them. They should all be like, I am in awe of the patience and the class of this family as they're dealing with this. Because if I were in their position, I would want to scream. I would want to stand up in that courtroom and scream.
Okay, Mr. Wolk, whenever you're ready, if you can display that portion.
No, and right now, all hands are on deck federally right now because of all the shit going on in Los Angeles.
Do you see what has been?
So I'm going to ask you to take that
stuff's going to
down.
happen all
Folks,
over the
we're going to
country.
take the luncheon break at this point, okay?
Hey, please rise for the jury. Chairs right this way, please.
Like all federal resources right now are pretty much being tied up into being all hands on deck on the whole immigration issue right now. Like that's what's going on. You know what I mean? Like you're just not going to get. But oh my God, this is just. And so they're going to take the luncheon break. And I guess are they going to void deer this lady during lunch? No. Everybody needs the break, right? Yeah, she said earlier that it was going to be during the recess, but then she decided everybody was going to take a recess.
You may be seated.
All right, so we'll fix that during the luncheon break, Ms. Gianetti, to what I said. All right, so can we get Dr. LaPosada in here? We'll do a very brief.
Oh, they are going to do
her.
it then. They are going to do it during lunch. Okay. All right. What's I going to do?
And you're going to step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand. Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you have in court in case you have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
We're going to do a brief voir dire, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson, foundation on just those 2 points, please. Sure.
Your Honor, for purposes of expediting, does the court wish for me to go through the foundation of the doctor's education, training, and background and experience, which is going to take a minute?
Yeah, no, just focus on the foundation for the dog bites and focus on the foundation for what's been termed to be perhaps biomechanical engineering evidence, those 2 areas. And if there is support or methodology in Dr. LaPosada's resume to point to exactly where that is, okay? And I expect this whole voir dire should take no more than 15 minutes.
I'll do my best, Your Honor.
Wow,
Doctor,
dude.
could you please state your name for the record?
Jesus
Spell your
Christ.
last name into the record, please.
I
Yes,
hate
Dr.
you
Elizabeth
so much.
LaPosada. That's spelled LaPosata.
Dr. LaPosada, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical doctor subspecializing in forensic pathology.
Dr. LaPosada, I'm going to move very, very quickly past the bulk of your training and experience over decades. I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions. Where did you get your medical degree?
University of Maryland School of Medicine.
And do you have any subordinate degrees to your medical degree?
Yes, I have board certifications in anatomic and forensic pathology.
How long have you had those board certifications?
Like 35, 40 years.
Have you ever worked as a medical examiner in any capacity?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever worked as a chief medical examiner for any agency or governmental agency or state?
Yes, I have.
Describe that for the court, please.
I was a chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for 12 years.
How many autopsies would you say in general that you have conducted yourself?
Over 3,000.
How many autopsies in your experience as a supervisor in one capacity or another would you say you've supervised over your tenure?
Over 7,000.
Of those 7,000 that you have supervised, have any of those dealt with motor vehicle incidents?
Many.
Have any of those dealt with motor vehicle and pedestrian incidents?
Many.
Give me an idea, if you have a number in mind, how many motor vehicle pedestrian autopsies you have been involved with, either directly or from a supervisory standpoint.
Hundreds, over 500 at least.
Do you have a significant background and training in the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
Is that the main goal or the main job or duty performed by a medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Is it also significant in terms of supervising other subordinate medical examiners who may work under your charge?
Yes, you have to make sure they're doing it right.
Is there a methodology that you have employed and that is standard in the industry to employ, including differential diagnoses and inferential thinking in terms of coming to conclusions related to manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the court in brief, please? I know you probably have a very lengthy explanation. Okay. Do it as briefly as you can, with being as succinct as you can.
Certainly. To determine cause of manner and death, we look at scene investigation, autopsy findings, police and witness statements, and medical history. And using that information, we come up with a differential diagnosis or a list of things that might have happened to that person to cause them to die. And from that list, then we see where all the science and all the data, which one it supports. So we've looked at several different things. I always told my staff, I said, how can we be wrong? What else could this be? So you have to make what in medicine is called a differential diagnosis and then see what the facts support.
Did you employ a differential diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to be at the scene in order to understand or analyze information that you get in a police report or photographs or things of that nature?
No, that we use the police investigation and scene investigation, crime lab reports, photographs taken by the crime lab, by the police at the scene.
Have you qualified as a expert forensic and anatomical pathologist in other courts in Massachusetts and other states?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times would you say you've qualified?
Hundreds.
I want to talk for a specific for a second about a specific area of interest for the court.
Did you inquire as to who ate the chicken or the fish on the plane? Did you figure out what made everybody on the plane sick, stewardess?
Information that you received.
Yes.
Were you asked to make a determination about the nature of the wounds specific to his right arm? I know that there's other injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but I'd like to relegate your attention to the right arm.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the forensic pathologist does.
Without telling me what your opinion was, were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion about the source of those injuries?
Yes, I was.
What methodology did you employ to come to that opinion or conclusion, or those opinions and conclusions?
My experience and knowledge and training, along with the appearance of the wounds on the right arm, which fit a pattern, and then knowing that it fits a pattern, then I can try to look for, okay, what is the item that caused this pattern? And that would be part of the differential diagnosis that I've used for many, many years in making diagnoses and determinations.
Have you ever been trained in pattern recognition?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Oh, as a forensic pathologist and medical examiner, a large amount of our work has to do with recognizing pattern injuries, because that's so important, because it gives us an idea of what might have caused that injury. And then that's clearly of a lot of importance to the police and the investigators as they're trying then to say, well, what could have caused that injury? And so the forensic pathologist could say, well, I think it was X or Y. Then they can carry out their investigation armed with that information as to what might have caused the injury on the body.
Is there such a thing in the world of pathologists as medical literature or academic literature that deals with pattern recognition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some or most of those publications?
Absolutely.
Have you ever yourself taught classes on pattern recognition?
Yes.
At what level? High school, graduate school,
at the
medical school?
medical school level.
How often have you taught courses on pattern recognition?
Oh, at least a handful.
When was the last time you taught a course in pattern recognition?
Let's see.
What
Last
else
month.
do you need?
Do any of the courses that you've either taken, well, let's take them one at a time. Have any of the courses that you've ever taken dealt with wound pattern recognition as it relates to animal wounds
Courses that I've taken.
that you have taken?
It's part of our basic training and understanding of a forensic pathologist. The board exams we take test for that. Those injuries are described in our basic forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. They appear continually in our medical and scientific journals.
Is that an important skill set to develop, wound pattern recognition as it pertains to animals as a forensic pathologist?
Absolutely.
Do any of those academic courses that you've either taken or reference works that you just referred to, do any of those deal with dog bites and claw marks specifically?
Oh, yes, they do.
In the course or courses that you have taught related to wound pattern recognition, have you ever taught on the subject of dog bite wounds and the recognition of dog bite wounds?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you did that?
Let's see, it would be in the course in the medical school. Would have been several years ago.
Doctor, with regard to staying with dog bite wounds specifically, have you ever performed an autopsy that specifically dealt with dog bite wounds, known dog bite wounds?
Yes.
So you've seen them in person?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified in any court in the land, state or federal court, on the issue of wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites?
Yes.
When was that?
The last one I can recall was a federal case involving questions of a police dog.
Did you engage in that case? Did you engage in a differential diagnosis?
It was probably a German Shepherd too.
Your expert opinion and conclusion, the source of the wounds that you saw.
Yes.
Did the court qualify you to speak on that issue in court?
Yes,
Did you in fact testify in furtherance of your opinions and conclusions in that case?
I did.
I want to turn for a second to motor vehicle accidents or motor vehicle incidents. Do you also, some of the same questions, have you also performed autopsies on known motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've performed an autopsy on those issues?
Hundreds, maybe even 1,000.
Wow.
Is that a relatively common occurrence, as sad as it may be, motor vehicle pedestrian incidents in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Have you performed autopsies personally as well as supervised autopsies on motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
And what methodology do you employ in furtherance of coming to opinions and conclusions regarding cause and manner of death specific to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Mm-hmm. Well, we look at the scene investigation. We look at what the motor vehicle looked like. We look at hospital records, the autopsy, and then trying to understand how the injuries that the pedestrian sustained, what those mechanisms were, and how the injuries show that that person interacted with the motor vehicle.
In doing so, in coming up with injury mechanism analysis, is it important to look at and analyze the actual vehicle that is allegedly?
Did you date Ted Stryker?
Photographs of that or see it in person.
Is that part of the normal methodology that is employed in the field?
Yes, you must look at the photographs. You must see what the vehicle looks like.
Do you also look at the other side of that handshake? In other words, look at the body of the individual that was, in your case, killed, the decedent, in order to marry the two and determine whether or not the cause and manner of death had something to do with the motor vehicle, a motor vehicle impact?
Absolutely.
Describe that for us, please. What are some of the things that you look for that's part of the normal methodology that a forensic pathologist employs?
Well, when we examine a fatality from a motor vehicle, we want to try to understand what led up to it, how the impact occurred, and then what happened after. So we would study information about the injuries to see if we can relate them to certain pattern injuries that would be on the car. There are also evidence of transfer of energy and injuries that can result from the transfer of energy. So using the body, looking at the scene and the vehicle, understanding the motions of the vehicle and how they would have produced or would not have produced certain injuries on the body.
I'm going to take them one at a time. With regard to animal wounds or dog bites, were you able, in this case, using differential diagnoses, using inferential thinking, and using the skills that you've developed over decades of your education, training, and background, were you
She's
able
like
to, without
Dr.
telling me what the
Rentschler
conclusion
and
is,
Dr. Russell
were you able to come to a
wrapped
conclusion
into
or
one.
opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm were consistent or inconsistent with a dog bite or claw marks?
I was able to come to a definite scientific conclusion.
And is that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is it consistent with the training and methodology that you've employed over decades?
It is.
I'm going to ask you the same series of questions with regards to
Objection.
the motor vehicle incident. Did
Your
you
Honor,
review
objection.
the autopsy report in an effort to look at his entire, John O'Keefe's entire body and all of the injuries that he sustained, not simply his right arm?
I looked at everything.
In doing so, were you able to come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the mechanism of injury and whether or not his injuries in total were consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle incident or impact?
I was able to come to a scientific conclusion.
And without telling me what that scientific conclusion is at this point, did you employ the same methodology that you've explained to the court earlier concerning differential diagnoses, inferential thinking, and decades of training, the education, training, and background that you've described for the court in coming to your conclusions about whether or not the cause and manner of death was consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle impact?
Yes.
Your Honor, is there any area that I have not covered to the court's satisfaction?
Yeah, because I'm hungry.
I'll let Mr. Brennan ask questions.
Can
I
we
may have
eat lunch? Like, are you kidding? So we're just supposed to sit here and starve?
Good afternoon, Dr. La Posada.
Good afternoon.
If we could start with dog bites.
Yes.
Did you have any specific training in wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
Yes, it's in our literature standard textbook. It's standard information that is needed to be a forensic pathologist.
When did you receive training regarding pattern recognition of dog bites?
Beginning when I took my board, starting in 1983.
And what did that entail?
It entailed reading literature. It entailed reading the standard forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. And it is a sub-part of understanding pattern injuries. Dog bite injuries are described in all our journals and all our standard forensic textbooks.
Other than reading about it when you were studying for your boards, did you have any practical experience where you were engaging in the field in pattern recognition analysis regarding dog bites early
Yes,
on?
yes,
And
I've had many cases where there have been dog bite injuries.
When you were studying for your boards, were you doing that, or after
Many cases.
Well,
completed your
I'm
boards?
telling you that that it's such a basic part that during studying for boards, it's a section that we study. And I, of course, had many cases since then.
Did you receive any education past reading literature for the boards, where you took classes, seminars, where it taught specifically wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
It's all part of wound pattern recognition. It's usually included in literature. If there's our lectures about patterned injuries, it's a subset of pattern injuries like hammer injuries, like gunshot wounds, like baseball bat injuries. There's a huge number of types of patterned injuries that are part and parcel of what a medical examiner has to understand and diagnose.
Do you remember taking any specific classes or any specific training about wound pattern recognition relative to specifically
Spanky's being
dog
extra
bites?
nice now.
Yes, it's in all the literature that I keep up with.
Did you take any training
This lady's
or did you
awesome.
attend any classes that involved wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
Yes, it's often included in our seminars and case reports.
Do you list any of those classes or seminars on your resume?
Think that I took? No.
Can you identify one of those classes, where it was, when it was, who taught it, what the name of it was regarding wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't give you a specific time and date.
Can you remember the name of the last class or seminar that you took or completed that has to do with wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't recall.
Is there anything in your report that identifies any of your specific education or training on wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites?
It's in my CV. It's basic knowledge that a forensic pathologist has to have.
I will ask you about the CV, but
Basic knowledge.
Dr. Lapasada, I just wanted to ask you about your report first. Is there anything in your report that points to any specific training
In the report that I wrote on
in your
this
report
case,
relative to wound pattern recognition as to dog bites? Is there anything in your report that identifies that for us?
in my report, I put together the case of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. As far as your experience, though, do you ever make any note in your report about your specific experience and training about wound pattern recognition for dog bites in your report?
No, that's not appropriate.
In your CV, is there anywhere you can point to us where you had specific training for wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites, where we can see that on your CV?
No, it doesn't say dog bite training specifically, no.
Do you have anything on your CV that specifically talks about wound pattern recognition for animals?
Those are usually classified within other pattern recognition.
Do you have anything specific that would alert us in your CV that you've had such specific training on wound pattern recognition for animals?
Other than I've passed my board exams and have practiced for 40 years.
Have you provided a list of cases where you have testified in court specifically about wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
I don't know if I have given a list. I don't keep those kinds of lists.
You mentioned one case about law enforcement dogs in federal court. When was that case?
Several years ago.
How long would you say, if you had a guess?
How long was it ago?
Yes, please.
A couple years, around COVID time.
Did you testify in that case about law enforcement police dogs?
I testified about an individual who had injuries, and there was a question as to whether Canine Caper, who was the dog's name, inflicted any injuries on this person.
And this was in Boston federal court?
Springfield, yeah, Boston, right.
Is there a difference between law enforcement dog bites and domestic dog bites?
They have the same kind of dog jaw.
So you would say
They're
that
taught differently, obviously.
would the wound pattern recognition be the same or different if you were looking at it from a law enforcement dog
Jesus
perspective or a
Christ,
domestic
bro.
dog perspective?
The dog would be the same.
Do you have any other cases that you've testified about wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I've testified in hundreds of cases. I can't say that I remember any particular ones.
Would you be able to identify any of those for us today?
No, too many.
Too many.
I'll ask you about accident reconstruction experience. And I mean this respectfully, you don't have a biomechanical or a biomedical engineering type background, do you?
No, I'm not a mechanical engineer.
You're not certified by ACTAR or any of those type of organizations, are you, doctor?
No, I relate the injuries on the body to the motor vehicle.
Have you ever been to a car collision scene and investigated a car collision scene firsthand?
Yes.
And when you've done that, do you have a chance to look at all of
Oh my
the
God.
physical materials, the properties?
Well, when I go to a scene of a motor vehicle fatality, I look at the pieces that are scattered around. I look at the body. I look at blood stain patterns. I look at damage to the car. And then the body would go back for the examination at the medical examiner's office. And there would be further examination of the scene by accident reconstructionists and examination of the automobile by specialists who could figure out what motor vehicles do. So it's a part of correlating the injuries to the vehicle.
You've never written an accident reconstruction report yourself, have you?
No, that's not what I do.
I understand. In this case, what materials did you look at? Because I don't think in your report it mentions the materials that you studied. What materials did you study as the basis for any potential opinions regarding accident reconstruction?
Well, so you would like for me to tell you everything I studied in this case?
Yes.
I have my list here. Should I read
It's
from
gonna
that?
fucking take forever, dude.
I
Jesus
studied
fucking
the
Christ.
autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology, and associated paperwork from the medical examiner's office. I studied 104 autopsy and neuropathology photographs, 70 additional autopsy photos taken by Trooper Watson. I studied Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS run sheet. I studied the Good Samaritan medical records that also included 35 photographs of the body. I looked at evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, blue jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt, boxers, and sneakers. I'm sorry. I looked at photographs that were taken at the crime lab of various pieces of plastic, black, red, and clear. I studied photographs of the outside of Ms. Reed's SUV as it was parked at the police garage. I studied the Canton Police incident report, about 100 photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside scene.
Oh my
so
God, dude.
That gave me a very good idea of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Were you involved in a case, Cromwell versus Daniel Tompkins?
Remind me about that. I've been involved in hundreds of cases.
Yes, you have. This case was in Franklin County Superior Court. It was a case where you had an opportunity to present testimony and regarding blood spatter, which you've been qualified expert for. I'm sorry.
Well, that doesn't quite say what I did, but I remember the case you're talking about.
Did you attempt, or was there an attempt to have you qualified to talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
No, I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
And do you remember whether or not there was an attempt that was denied?
She's not gonna
to try to
fall
have
for
you
that,
talk
dude.
About accident reconstruction in that case?
Jesus Christ.
I have no idea. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
You dumb motherfucker. Like, why does he keep trying to pull this shit?
Do you have anything on your
She's smarter
CV
than you.
specifically that offers any background on accident reconstruction or accident reconstruction type classes or seminars?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lapasada.
No, you're welcome.
So can I just ask Dr.
Yes.
Lapasada about, you said you've been involved in autopsies with dog bites.
Yes.
How many?
I've done thousands of cases, probably 50 or so. It's not always the cause of death. And then I've supervised maybe 75 more where that dog bites were involved in the case.
When was the
Wow,
last
dude.
Let's see, probably 2 years ago.
Any questions based on my questions?
The
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
a lot more
you
than
are all
5,
set
isn't
now.
it, Bev?
Step down, Dr. Lepisada. We'll get to you sometime this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do want to give everybody a break, including counsel. Can we do less than 5-minute arguments on this?
Easily, yes.
Like, Spanky's whole approach there was like, sir, you're not a qualified accident reconstructionist. Yeah, motherfucker. I came here and did everything Proctor was supposed to do.
John, I'll make this very brief.
Okay.
Dr. Alongsada is eminently qualified to speak to both the issue of wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, specifically, as well as cause and manner of death as it relates to vehicle pedestrian incidents or impacts. The doctor has an incredibly impressive resume, just a touch of which we reviewed during the course of this.
Just a touch of it.
Voir dire for her qualifications.
Barely.
But with regard to the dog bite specifically, she talked about the differential diagnosis that she undertakes and undertook in this case. She talks about the inferential thinking that she undertook in this case. She talks about how that is the proper methodology in the scientific community and specific to the forensic pathology community in order to come to a determination about wounds and the source of wounds, i.e., was it a dog? Was it another animal? Was it another source? Was it lacerations versus abrasions, things of that nature? She's obviously done, as she indicated, thousands, if not climbing real close to 10,000 autopsies that she's either supervised or that she's conducted herself. She actually has, notably, as per the court's last question, she's actually undertaken personally somewhere close to, I thought it was probably 5 autopsies herself dealing with dog bites. They're not always the cause of death, but sometimes it's attendant to the injuries that led to a different cause of death. But she's undertaken at least 50, or that's what she estimates, 50 of those autopsies herself. She's seen dog bites. She's seen dog wounds. She engages in pattern recognition. She also teaches classes on pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites, and she's eminently qualified to speak to that in this particular case. She has been able to come to an opinion and conclusion as to whether or not the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are consistent or inconsistent with dog bites, and I expect that she would then give that opinion and conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty
To a reasonable degree of scientific
as it relates
certainty and medical certainty, bro.
Her differential diagnosis and her ultimate conclusions concerning the automobile impact. Obviously, many more autopsies dealing with that because it's more common. She also engaged in the exact same differential diagnosis. She has training. The subfield of, or the sub-issue of vehicle pedestrian impacts is included and subsumed within much of the medical literature that she's been taught on, going all the way back to the 1980s. Dealing with her boards, and she's consistently passed her boards. She's consistently kept up with the literature. She's consistently engaged in autopsies herself, so she has firsthand training. She also trains other medical professionals, other doctors, other medical examiners, and she supervises other medical examiners. She's been the chief medical examiner for an entire state. I cannot imagine somebody more eminently qualified to talk about the 2 subjects that she's been called to talk. Well,
she might even be more qualified than Dr. Russell.
2 subjects that's before the bench right now than somebody with Dr. Lapasada's qualifications. I will submit on the voir dire that we just completed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, super lawyer. You're welcome.
I do not think that Dr. Lapasada has articulated the experience the way it's been summarized. She could not provide any specific training other than her boards and her references to literature.
What?
She could not
What about her
articulate one
experience?
single class or seminar that she took that pertained
my
to differential
God,
diagnosis of dog bite injuries. She has no specific memory of having any type of experience in differential diagnosis as far as being in a training seminar or advanced education. She has the experience of a medical examiner who has seen what she believes to be dog bites in the past. She has no publications or references that she has studied the issue
So
of
she's got to write a
differential
book on it?
diagnosis or pattern wound recognition relative to dog bites. If we look at the standard Dr. Russell employed, Dr. Lapasada does not have any of the merit to be an expert in dog bites. While she
Unreal.
has taught, we did not hear about anything in particular that she has taught about specific pattern wound recognition analysis regarding dog bites. She is an experienced medical examiner, has a wealth of experience, past experience in autopsies, but she has no experience that is a basis for her as an expert in being a dog bite expert. Particularly, she mentions one case that she's testified in federal court that we've heard of today, and she has nothing whatsoever in her report or resume to establish that she has used, studied, and knows this methodology. In fact, her CV and her report don't have any basis for one to look at and see that she has any specific experience in dog bites. And so Dr. LaPosada, from the Commonwealth's perspective, should not be able to give an opinion regarding or about whether or not the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe were caused by a dog. She simply does not have the training and experience and education and methodology to make her a so-called dog bite expert. Regarding accident reconstruction, she said it best. She is not an accident reconstructionist. She saw some of the materials in this case, but it is a fraction of the materials in this case. She is not in a position to give an opinion whether or not the wounds are consistent with broken taillight. There is nothing we see on her CV. There's nothing we see in her report. There's nothing we heard on direct examination that she has any experience in breaking glass, breaking plastics, and the causation of
She
wounds.
doesn't need to
It
be
also overlooks
stupid.
the
She's
fact
not
that
testifying on
the
that.
opinion that would be offered would extend beyond just the wounds on the arm. It would extend to a general opinion that he was not involved in a collision, and that's improper. There's no predicate or basis for it. And so based on her testimony and absence of being able to provide any education or experience, she should not be able to testify about either of these two matters.
Thank you.
I briefly respond.
Okay.
Very, very briefly. She was, Mr. Brennan suggests that, well, she's only been qualified in one court.
Mr. Brennan's a liar.
The federal judge that was handling that case qualified her as a dog bite expert in that case. That is not a small thing. That, as a matter of fact, it's a very big thing for Dr. LaPosada and her credentials. In addition, she indicated, contrary to what Mr. Brennan just suggested, she indicated that she has been training on wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites for her entire career, not just when she was studying for her boards, since she's been studying for her boards. And it's been constant and consistent throughout her entire career. She's made these differential diagnoses.
Dude.
She's seen the autopsies. She's seen the wounds during autopsies firsthand, probably 50 or more. She's supervised another 75 or more autopsies dealing with known dog bite wounds. She has the credentials. The court will recall that, for instance, Dr. Isaac Wolf was called to testify by the Commonwealth. He had absolutely nothing, no credentials whatsoever to talk about wound pattern recognitions. He was a neurosurgeon.
Yeah,
and yet
dude.
he was allowed, over Mr. Alessi's objection, to talk about and to discuss his opinions and conclusions as to the wound pattern on the back of John O'Keefe's head. Certainly, Dr. LaPosada brings much, much, much more to the table than Dr. Isaac Wolf. I'm not comparing them. They're apples and oranges. Dr. LaPosada is she doesn't have to be a sole dog bite expert to be expert in dog bites. She doesn't have to be Dr. Russell. She just has to have that level of knowledge, that level of skill,
Probably
that
more
level of
experienced than
expertise
Dr.
that's
Russell.
beyond that of the average layperson in order to opine as an expert on a particular issue. She certainly brings that to the table as it pertains to dog bites. And I think her skill and her education, training, and background certainly speaks to the fact that she has that in spades with regard to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents.
Obviously.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'll get you ruling as soon as I can. So
I mean,
we're
that
going to
shit was
stop
like-
back up at 2:20, and I expect to go straight through the rest of the afternoon.
All right, for the court, please. Dude, AJ just John Wick that whole fucking argument, dude. Like, there was, she was like, he was like, all right, I got 5 minutes. Time me. Here we go. Dude, that shit's insane. Let's check quick update here on Aiden's hearing. Interesting stuff here. Okay, so Aiden's done for the day. Court resumes Wednesday at 11 a.m. The last thing that happened was the witness Malin. They showed a video, and maybe I'll go over that video. But they showed a video, where they were arguing about his violating of his restraining order, and this Malin person says that so Cosgrove, I got to show you guys this. This is just funny. So this is Cosgrove. It's his video, and Cosgrove can't find what the fuck is going on in the video. It's his evidence that he's presenting, and he can't find whatever the fuck he's supposed to be looking for in the video. And then this what's her face Malin says that she saw Aiden hiding behind a tree in the video. Bradel objects. It's sustained. The judge asks for a sidebar. And then the last thing that happened is they're done for the day. That was 36 minutes ago. Court resumes Wednesday at 11 a.m. Now, let me see real quick. Let's explore that for a second. And I think Aiden got his monetization back, which is fucking great. All right. Sorry, I'm setting this up here so we can see what it is. So I don't think this is the same video. Somebody gave me the timestamp for this, but I don't think it's the same video.
Forget this. Do I have this video? Yeah, this. They don't want to enter this into evidence. Let me know if you guys can hear this. So this is her ex-boyfriend, Frankie, in July of 2023. And she also accused him of hitting her. She's accused 5 different men of every man she's ever
this is where she gets in the car with the boyfriend and then calls the cops on him and fucking has him violated for his RO.
She ends with them hitting her, according to her. And she gets an order on him, and he was arrested in May for hitting her, allegedly. And then she has an order on him, but they still talk all the time because he's an idiot. And so she ends up putting a tracker on his car and finds him in a parking lot in Walpole, and gets into with the kids. She's got 4 kids in the minivan, gets into his car, and then refuses to get out of the car. And so he starts filming for his own safety. And this is what happens.
This is wild, dude.
Right, I gotta go. Come on, get out of my car, please. Wesley, can you get out of my car?
So this is big victim.
The kids are sitting in there, probably sweating. So get out of my car, please.
No. Hold on. I gotta step up for my boy with this comment. I can't let this comment go. You're like, Paul's bathroom selfie is over here talking about Love Aiden, but don't call anyone an idiot when you bang the same psycho. Listen, this is the thing about psychos. You don't know they're psycho until you bang them. All right? This is a fucking fact. All right? I want you to be very, very clear about this. Obviously, Paul's you don't understand how pussy works, apparently. You apparently don't seem to understand it, because nobody, like, that's the thing about psycho pussy, is you don't know that it's psycho. Like, you don't bang psycho pussy knowing that it's psycho. Nobody does that. That's what makes it so psycho, is that once you bang it, that's when the psycho comes out, especially if you bang it well. If you anti-higgy that shit, you like it's like a fucking barnacle, dude. You can't do nothing about it. It's like a fucking tick. It just fucking stays and sucks the fucking energy out of you, dude. Fucking sucks all the fucking life out of your life. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna let you just fucking sit there and call TurtleBoy stupid because he got duped by a psycho. Like, the difference is if you go back and you keep banging the psycho knowing that she's psycho, or you keep talking to the psycho knowing that she's psycho. Like, that is the difference. Okay? This guy, he's calling this guy stupid because this guy goes and he meets her. Like, she put the tracker in his car, and then I don't know. That's way beyond psycho. I don't think I could blame him for that. She put a tracker in his car and then followed him with 4 kids in a fucking minivan, and then shows up and then sits in his car and won't get out. So I'm not even sure it's fair to even call that guy stupid. But if he kept talking to her, then yeah, he's fucking stupid. But that kind of doesn't really have anything to do with this, from what I'm gathering. Like, psycho pussy is barnacle pussy, bro. If you bang it well, if you do it right. And that's the shitty part. You know what I mean? That's the shitty part. Like, because if you're good in bed, dude, like, you don't know how to not be. And then, you know what I mean? Like, you just do what you do, and then you burn this chick the fuck down, and then the next thing you know, she's fucking stuck on you, and she's not letting you go. She's showing up places and shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's no turning off being a good lay. You know what I mean? Like, unless, like, you drank too much, you know, or something like that. Like, that's it. You know, like, can't blame a man for laying down the fucking pipe, dude. Like, you can't blame a man for doing what the man does, dude. You know what I mean?
Just sitting there, ripping a butt.
Come on, I gotta go get an oil change.
You ready?
I'll say bye to the kids.
That's TurtleBoy trial started. Wow. Yeah, TurtleBoy trial started. It's over.
And you didn't do that for my car.
Oh, well, the trial's not over, but the hearing for the day is over.
Why did you say you did that for my car and you didn't?
What for your car?
You said you called it in. You did that.
Yes, I did. Yes, I fucking did. And you're welcome, by the way. I fucking go and help you out. And then you fuck me over behind my back.
I fuck you over?
Jesus. Look at Aiden's eyes, dude. Like, he's traumatized from this woman, bro. Like, hearing her voice. I know that feeling, dude. Like, I know exactly what's going through this man's fucking... I like everything that's going through his head. I know that fucking feeling that's going through the back of his fucking head, through his neck right now when he hears that voice. That's her fucking energy that's haunting his fucking his fucking spinal cord, because she's so fucking awful. It's like they all come from the same spirit, dude. Like, I hear every Psycho X when I hear her, dude. Like, every single one of them. I never even, like, I told Aiden, like, I was like, dude, I know, dude, when I first heard that recording that he made when she fucking had his bail revoked. When I first heard that recording, I was like, dude, yeah, I've dated this woman 100 times and I've never even met her. You know, like I know exactly who this chick is, dude. Like I've never even fucking met her, dude. Like, I've been practically married to that woman and I've never even fucking met her. I know exactly what type of woman this is.
They're taking 65%.
No, they're not. They're allowed to take 65%.
They're right.
Before taxes, it had not been anywhere near 65%. You're going to be proven wrong when they do the math in court. Because every fucking pay stub, they're going to go back and look, and it hasn't been anywhere near.
Lindsay, here comes the police.
You're so dumb.
Here comes the police, Lindsay. Lindsay, here comes the police. Lindsay, here comes the police. Here comes the police.
And he's got a fucking RO. He's got a restraining order. She's got one on him, I should say. And so when the cops come, he's the one that's going to go to jail.
You asshole. Get out of my car. Come on.
And she's sitting in his car.
Lindsay, get out of my car. Nice knowing, Lindsay.
You better stop, Frankie.
Get out of my car.
You better stop. You better stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Nothing.
So Frankie gets arrested right after this. So Frankie gets arrested,
dude,
for violating a restraining order against her after she tracked him down, got in his car, and refused to leave. So I'm aware of this video on February 26th, and I know how crazy she is. And so she has just followed me into court, and I'm like, I'm leaving, and I'm like, is she in the parking lot waiting for me?
Now, the person who testified just now testified. I should point this out because I didn't mention this. Aiden just said that she followed him into court. This witness that just testified for the for Cosgrove for the Commonwealth against Aiden says that Aiden followed her into court. So she's given totally different stories. She's also saying that Aiden was hiding behind a tree while Cosgrove puts up a video for the judge to see because it's a bench trial, and he's going, and he can't even find what he was fucking like. It's like, dude, you submitted evidence. Did you not review the evidence you submitted, bro? Are you kidding? So this is what's going on with the TurtleBoy trial so far. It's already a fucking mess. Hopefully now Wednesday I'm gonna go ahead and try to stream it. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna log on to the Zoom. Hopefully the judge signs on to the Zoom. Hopefully somebody streams it. I don't know, but we'll be doing the same thing at least. And in the meantime, following Karen Reed. Now, going into Karen Reed's case, I don't have the words. I really am really pissed off right now. Everything that I'm hearing after Alessi's argument for a mistrial that Bev denied, where there was clear grounds for it, on top of everything else. Now, when I hear Hank Brennan talk, I'm like, I can't even entertain this. Like, everything that he says is a lie. Like, the thing is that Bev, knowing what she knows now, and then not calling a mistrial, how does Bev not think that everything coming out of Bev, let's say Bev is an honest judge, right? Let's just assume hypothetically, because it is hypothetical, that Bev is an honest judge. Let's just assume that, right? How can Bev possibly take any argument that Hank Brennan makes seriously after that? After what she just was just exposed to, after what was just brought to her attention by Karen Reed's defense team, specifically Bob Alessi. How can she find Hank Brennan at all ethical or trustworthy whatsoever? How is this not a mistrial? I made a mistake. I'm sorry, Judge. I made a mistake. No, you didn't make a mistake, bro. Wait, like, You got caught and then had no choice but to concede. You couldn't deny it. So you said, well, unfortunately, I made a mistake, Your Honor. And then she's like, oh, no, I'm going to deny the mistrial. Don't let it happen again. Did she even explain to the jury? Like, did she even explain to the jury what she said she was going to explain? I may have just fucking zoned out and missed it. But she rehearsed all this shit to say to the jury. Did she even bother saying it? Yeah, hold on a second, because that's driving me crazy. Hold on.
All right, jurors, that's the back of the sweatshirt that was shown to Dr. Wolf. Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put it back in the bag?
Okay,
so jurors, I instruct you that
All right,
those
here we go.
holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt back on May 18th, 2023. Okay, so
that's it.
You know your lunches are.
Okay, so that's it. No, Brennan misspoke. Of course, she's not going to say Brennan lied, but she never at any point said Brennan misspoke. Brennan, you may have gotten the impression that those holes were made from the asphalt, but they were not. They were made by the criminalist. So when she just explained that, it probably went all over everyone's head. Like, okay, made by the criminalist. What is okay? So crazy, dude. This is so crazy. Judge Beverly Canody's totally dirty. Now listen. Now, of course, I have more people in here than I have all day, but I am going to cut this off. I'm not going to stream the rest of the trial after lunch. I really need to ice and elevate right now, and but since TurtleBoy is not going to go live tonight, I'm going to probably go live to recap the rest of the hearing. Do it in full speed. I could pause it. I can give commentary. And I don't know, maybe I'll get a guest or something, but probably not. Probably I'll just do a recap of what takes place after lunch here. So I am I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to call this a day, but I'll probably go live again sometime later on this evening. Most likely I will go live again sometime later on this evening and then do a recap. So, guys, you guys are absolutely fantastic. Thanks for hanging in there with me. And I'm sorry again, beyond my control. I did have the Zoom for the hearing, but unfortunately the judge did not, or the host of the Zoom, meaning the court, did not log into the Zoom, and that was beyond my control. So hopefully they do on Wednesday. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But either way, I will be covering it. I'll be going over it. Hopefully, Jess Machado will be in the courtroom again, giving live tweets that we can follow and stay updated while we follow the Karen Reed case, if it's not being streamed, and if there's no Zoom. But guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you guys for hitting the like. I know I got a bunch of new subscribers today. That means the world to me. Thank you guys. I really hope you guys are going to enjoy the channel moving forward. And I'm really, really grateful to you guys make sure to hit the like on your way out. It really helps me out. Thank you guys for all the support. For those couple of Venmos I got, man, you have no idea how helpful that those are. Those finance my door dashes. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, again, I'll go live again this evening. Don't have a time set for it yet, but as soon as I do, I will set it up and I will be live again at some point this evening. So, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I love you very much. And we will do this again very, 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 very soon, my friends.